Chapter 997. As a whole, the mother and son flames could be considered to be a mid-grade heaven-rank spirit treasure. But under certain conditions, it could only be considered to be a low-grade heaven-rank spirit treasure. The difference between them was the profundities of the mother and son flames. The mother-child earth fire could split. Once the earth fire as a whole began to split, the grade of the earth fire as the parent body would drop to the heaven-rank lower grade. Similarly, 3 earth-rank upper-grade second-generation spiritual fires would appear. However, the splitting of the mother and child earth fire did not stop there. The 3 earth-rank upper-grade second-generation fire would continue to split. Each child fire would split into 3 mystic-rank upper-grade third-generation fire. In this way, there would be 9 mystic-rank upper-grade third-generation fire. At the same time, the 3 earth-rank upper-grade second-generation fire would drop to earth-rank middle-grade after splitting. The reason why this mother and child core fire, which had yet to split apart, was worth the 2 Dharma adepts fighting over was not only because of the quality of the fire, but also because it could be used to practice a powerful fire-based spell formation that had been passed down in the world of practitioners for a long time but was rarely mastered. Inferno burning the heavens. There were a total of 13 child-mother core fires after they were split, and there was an extremely mysterious connection between them. There was once a formation master in the world of cultivation who was inspired by this and spent more than 100 years to create this inferno sky-burning inferno formation. Once it was put to use, it displayed a great deal of power. This formation master, who was only at the early Dharma stage, was able to trap and kill a late Dharma stage great practitioner, causing the inferno sky-burning inferno formation to shake the world of cultivation. After that, although the heaven-burning inferno formation rarely appeared in the cultivation world, it was only because the mother-child geocentric fire was rarely found in the cultivation world. However, the cultivation inheritance of the heaven-burning inferno formation was not lost. Zhenling was in the Yingtian dojo, and Xianling sect was in the Yingtian dojo because they once had a foundation that far surpassed Zhenling's. The battle between celestial phenomenon Laozu and Dao Sheng Laozu naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. However, under the obstruction of the thick volcanic ash and the violent eruption of magma, few people dared to come over and watch the battle between the 2 supreme cultivators. Right now, Dao Sheng Laozu had already gained a slight advantage. Celestial phenomenon Laozu stretched his hands out as a formless energy gushed forth from all directions, coiling around the spiritual fire in the air. However, Dao Sheng Laozu pushed out with his hands as countless sharpness manifested in the air, shooting out in all directions, slashing apart the energy that celestial phenomenon Laozu created in the air. Once again, the mother and child core fire remained suspended in the air. Dao Sheng Laozu had stopped celestial phenomenon Laozu's attack on the spiritual fire. Instead, he turned around and hooked 2 of his fingers towards the spiritual fire. The mother and child core fire once again moved towards Dao Sheng Laozu's direction. From afar, another 2 explosive sounds could be heard. The East Pole Laozu and Dao Xian Laozu had joined forces, but under the combined attack of the 2 Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, they were forced to retreat. However, the 2 of them still tried their best to delay Tian Fan and Tian Shui, not allowing them to rush over to help. Especially since the East Pole Laozu was a cultivator at the peak of the Middle Dharma realm. With his cultivation, if it was a one-on-one situation, neither Tian Shui nor Tian Fan would be a match for him. Celestial phenomenon Laozu stretched out his finger and flicked it. A strong wind swirled in midair, as though it had become soft and flexible. It wrapped around Dao Sheng Laozu's hidden force and pulled it taut. The 2 Dharma realm cultivators were now in a contest of strength against the mother and child core fire. Dao Sheng Laozu pulled towards his side, while celestial phenomenon Laozu pulled at the same time. The 2 hidden forces immediately shattered the surrounding space. Bang! The 2 hidden forces were torn apart at the same time. The mother and child core fire suddenly lost control and immediately bounced upwards. At this moment, Lu Ping suddenly appeared in between the 2 Grand Realm cultivators. With a stretch of his hand, he grabbed the mother and child core fire in his hand. At this moment, the 2 Grand Realm cultivators' hidden forces suddenly burst forth. Following closely behind, they rushed towards Lu Ping, who had suddenly appeared above the spiritual fire. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth," Dao Sheng Laozu said coldly when he saw the sudden appearance of Lu Ping, who actually wanted to take advantage of the two grand realm cultivators. "Nonsense." Celestial Phenomenon Laozu, on the other hand, was a little anxious. He suddenly grabbed towards the sky, as though he wanted to offset the hidden force as much as possible. However, at this moment, Dao Sheng Laozu seemed to have predicted that Celestial Phenomenon Laozu was going to make a move. Similarly, a gust of wind rose, dispelling Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's grab. Dao Sheng Laozu did not attack Lu Ping, but he blocked Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's rescue. It was clear that he wanted Lu Ping to suffer such a hidden loss. At this time, there was no room for Lu Ping to dodge. However, since Lu Ping dared to be the fisherman in the battle between the two grand realm cultivators, he was naturally prepared for this. Lu Ping suppressed the mother and child core fire in his hand with one hand and suddenly pressed down with the other. Similarly, a hidden force slammed down from above. This hidden force was like waves crashing down one after another. However, the hidden force that erupted from above was like countless scattered torrents, completely disintegrating the surging force of Lu Ping, and then continued to hit Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping's body did a somersault in midair, and a cloud sail appeared, wrapping around Lu Ping's body. Several hidden forces hit the cloud sail. The countless auspicious clouds that surged on the surface of the cloud sail were all dispersed, revealing the weapon spirit, the golden-winged roc, who was hiding behind the cloud sail. The golden-winged roc let out a startled cry and flapped its wings. Auspicious clouds once again gathered around its body, and at the same time, the cloud sail began to fold up, using its body to withstand the hidden forces of the two Dharma adepts. However, Lu Ping himself was still sent flying by the hidden forces in midair, crashing into 3 pillars of fire. However, the cloud sail was, after all, a spirit-grade protective treasure, and its protective magic power had already been successfully condensed. Although Lu Ping was hit by the hidden forces to the point of vomiting, he still managed to withstand it. The surrounding cultivators who were secretly observing the battle between the two Laozu all gasped. Dao Sheng Laozu looked coldly at Lu Ping in the distance, and his figure retreated. At the same time, a cloud of volcanic ash came, covering Dao Sheng Laozu's figure. When the volcanic ash dissipated, Dao Sheng Laozu had already retreated and disappeared. In the distance, Lu Ping finally managed to stop. When he returned, he would inevitably be reprimanded by Celestial Phenomenon Laozu, and the mother and child core fire was also handed over to Celestial Phenomenon Laozu. Although the mother and child core fire was very powerful, it was not particularly suitable for pill concoction or artifact forging. It also did not possess the magical effect of burning divine sense like the jade phosphorus sulfire. Although it could be used to set up the Inferno Purgatory Sky Incineration Array, it was not suitable for cultivators like Lu Ping, who cultivated water-type cultivation techniques. As time went on, more and more volcanoes broke through the surface of the ocean. However, the number of volcanoes that were still erupting was gradually decreasing. A thick layer of crimson fog covered the surface of the ocean, and the silhouette of a massive island gradually took shape on the surface of the ocean. Lu Ping hovered high up in the sky while Lu Qiner hovered around Lu Ping, never leaving Lu Ping's line of sight. "Big brother, the volcano on the lower left is about to erupt." When Lu Ping heard this, he turned around and landed in the air 3 miles away from the mountain peak. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the belly of the mountain, and an orange-red flame suddenly exploded on the peak of the mountain. Dark red magma, accompanied by thick volcanic ash, rushed into the sky. Lu Ping's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. At the moment when the volcano erupted, he had already captured 2 relatively strong auras of spiritual fire. The thin water-long stream sword broke the flowing magma in one fell swoop. An emerald green flame was about to escape, but it was fished out by Lu Ping from the broken magma. Lu Ping's face was filled with joy. It was actually a heaven lower-grade spiritual fire. This was one of the few heaven lower-grade spiritual fires obtained during the eruption of the volcanic group in the Northwest Sea region. At this moment, A huge gray bird suddenly rushed out of the scorching volcanic ash on the other side. Lu Qiner shook her body, shook off all the volcanic ash that fell on her body, and restored the beautiful body of Qing Luan. Although Lu Qiner couldn't directly dive into the depths of the magma to capture the hidden spiritual fire like Lu Ping, Lu Qiner herself was a Qing Luan who was proficient in fire. She had a natural affinity for volcanoes, and she could be immune to most of the fire damage. Lu Qiner opened her mouth and spat out a cluster of flames. It was a heaven and earth spiritual fire that she had caught from the magma that soared into the sky. Its quality had reached the middle grade of earth rank. Since celestial phenomenon Laozu and Dao Sheng Laozu directly fought for the mother-child geocentric fire, the eruption of this volcano seemed to be coming to an end, and the appearance of heaven and earth spiritual fires became fewer and fewer. Despite this, the Laozu of various sects still didn't give up and stayed in the air. At this time, Lu Ping relied on Lu Qiner's natural affinity for volcanoes to find 4 volcanoes that were about to erupt, and at the moment when the volcanoes erupted, he snatched 3 spiritual fires and 3 mystical fires from them before the other Laozu. Such means made many Laozu of various sects secretly jealous to death. In addition to the emerald green heaven rank spiritual fire that he had now obtained, Lu Ping alone had obtained 11 spiritual fires and the kindling of 3 mystical fires. Among them, the highest grade was a heaven rank spiritual fire, and there were also 3 earth rank kindling. The rest were all profound rank kindling. This kind of harvest had far exceeded the middle Dharma Laozu of various sections. Even the East Pole Laozu could not compare to him. Only the 2 middle Dharma Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, and the 2 great practitioners, Tian Xiang and Dao Xing, could surpass Lu Ping in terms of harvest. The volcanic ash in the sky had already gradually dissipated under the various methods of the Laozu of various sections. The dull roar from the bottom of the sea was still ringing, and the earthquake was still ongoing. However, the eruption of the volcano had gradually stopped. A thick layer of red fog that covered the surface of the sea had also spread over the entire giant island that had appeared on the surface of the sea along with the rise of the volcanoes. The fog had also spread over the entire island, and this thick fog no longer evaporated, but because of the expansion, it became a little lighter. The giant island that was covered with volcanoes finally appeared on the surface of the sea. Chapter 998. The eruption of the volcanoes gradually came to a stop as the huge island rose from the bottom of the sea. However, the magma at the crater was still boiling, and thick smoke billowed into the sky, shrouding the entire island in a layer of gray fog. Everyone knew that there might be a large number of heaven and earth spirit fires hidden in this huge volcanic cluster, but Laozu did not have the time or energy to find out exactly where they were. He could not wait here for them to come out, so the rest of the task of exploring this island was left to the other Earth Stage adepts in the sect. At this time, the cultivators of the various sects finally realized that the 10 Dharma adepts of Jinling had already occupied an area of a few hundred miles from the coast of the huge volcanic cluster to the inside of the island. They had roughly occupied about 1/5 of the area of the huge volcanic cluster, and this area was the area where the volcanoes were the most densely distributed. When the cultivators of the various sects saw this, their teeth itched with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Not to mention the fact that Jinling had a general understanding of the underwater volcanic cluster in advance. Just the strength displayed by the large number of Dharma adepts was enough to make the various sects hesitate to take action. However, before the various sects cultivators could secretly think of all kinds of strange ideas, there were already more than 10 rays of light in the sky flying towards the huge volcanic cluster. The cultivators of the various sects swept out with their divine senses, and a moment later, all kinds of complicated expressions appeared on their faces. After receiving the news that the volcanic cluster in the Northwest Sea was gradually calming down, Jinling's fire-based adepts, as well as those who were not fire-based adepts but were alchemists and craftsmen, had already set out on Floating Island, just in time to arrive at the scene. If it was said that Jinling's few Laozu had first occupied the most important part of this vast giant island, now that these disciples had arrived in time, they had actually occupied it. The cultivators of the various sects had no choice but to admit it. Lu Ping jumped out and stopped the dozens of Jinling adepts who were about to enter the volcanic cluster, saying, "The giant volcanic cluster is filled with a poisonous fog condensed by the fire poison, which has a subtle impact on the cultivator's inner yuan. If you stay here for too long, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to your future cultivation. This fire poison is extremely difficult to deal with, but I have a kind of poisonous fire here that can restrain the poisonous fog in the volcanic cluster. If you think you are not prepared, you can take a poisonous fire from me to avoid the poison. When you return from the volcanic cluster, you can just exchange the fire." A poison that could make even an alchemist feel difficult to deal with naturally made the dozens of Jinling adepts at the core forging stage feel uneasy. Seeing Lu Ping hold a jet-black flame in his hand, and then with a slight shake, dozens of sparks splashed out from the flame and turned back into small flames, many of the adepts stepped forward to take a small flame and hang it in front of them. After that, they began to occupy the area that Laozu had marked out. After the cultivators from Zhenling's sect fell into the volcanic region, the scarlet-red poisonous mist converged upon the poisonous flame on each cultivator's waist. Gradually, an area free of the poisonous mist was formed around each cultivator. At the same time, the bean-sized flame on each cultivator's waist flickered. It appeared to have become even more active. Seeing that the Jinling adepts were so busy, Jinling's excited cheers came from the island from time to time. It seemed that the cultivation resources on this island were so abundant that everyone bowed to them. This made Laozu both excited and envious. They were excited because Jinling's abundant cultivation resources would once again usher in a great increase after the large spirit stone mine on Frost Island. They were envious because Jinling was always able to get ahead of the other sections. Although the Laozu of the various sects had roughly divided up the entire volcanic cluster, the boundaries between them were not clear. This gave the adepts under Jinling the leeway to take advantage of the opportunity to expand their own territory. As for the other sects that bordered Jinling, Laozu could not say anything. Just as Jinling had begun to delineate the boundaries of this virgin land, set up formations, explore the terrain, and check out the various rare treasures hidden within the volcanic cluster, the cultivators from the other sects finally arrived. Under Laozu's reminder, the scarlet poisonous fog that permeated the volcanic island also attracted the attention of the cultivators from the various sections. The cultivators from the various sects were also prepared for this. Almost all of them carried poison-dispelling pills, antidotes, and the like. However, these cultivators clearly did not have a deep understanding of the poisonous fog like Lu Ping. Not long after they confidently charged into the volcanic cluster, some cultivators with low cultivation bases ran out in panic. There were also some whose bodies were burning hot. Clearly, they had been poisoned by the fire poison. Soon after, some mid- and late-core forging cultivators with decent cultivation bases gradually could not withstand the corrosion of the scarlet poisonous fog and retreated one after another. In less than 2 hours, nearly 100 cultivators from the various sects who had arrived earlier had all retreated from the volcanic cluster. Many of them had their inner yuan eroded by the fire poison. There were even some who were so deeply corroded by the fire poison that they needed the help of their sect's Laozu in order to neutralize it. At this time, the cultivators from the various sects finally understood why Lu Tianping had taken this matter so seriously. It turned out that the fire poison was actually so difficult to deal with. However, the fire poison itself did not have much of an effect on cultivators who had achieved the Dharma stage. Among the Dharma stage cultivators from the various sects, there were almost no cultivators who had such attainments in alchemy like Lu Ping. Due to their underestimation of the situation, they all suffered greatly. However, there were also some meticulous cultivators who discovered that the poison-dispelling pills that they had taken were not completely useless. At least, they could resist the invasion of the fire poison for a certain period of time. The cultivators from the various sects were busy again. In addition to sending messages to their respective sects' alchemists to deal with the fire poison, they also had to send cultivators to test the effects of various poison-dispelling pills on resisting the fire poison and the exact duration of its effects. This period of busyness lasted until the second day. Only then did the cultivators from the various sects begin to regroup and enter Scarlet Mist Island. However, There were only a few cultivators who could enter Scarlet Mist Island on such a large scale and for such a long period of time as Zhenling. Perhaps it was because these cultivators had consumed some extremely rare antidote pills, or they had cultivated some special cultivation technique or secret technique, or they had some kind of antidote treasures on them. None of these cultivators were as relaxed as the cultivators of Zhenling sect who carried the dark prison poisonous fire around their waists. Although the black prison poison fire was a relatively rare type of wondrous fire, there were quite a number of cultivators who could recognize it. Additionally, although the North Sea was barren, it still had tens of thousands of years of heritage. Quite a number of sects had this poison fire in their possession. At the very least, when Scarlet Mist Island emerged from the surface of the sea, a cultivator managed to obtain a black prison poison fire. However, regardless of whether it was the black prison poison fire seed stored by some sects or the black prison poison fire seed discovered on Scarlet Mist Island, they could move unimpeded through Scarlet Mist Island after refining the black prison poison fire seed. However, none of them could create hundreds of poison-dispelling flames like Lu Ping's black prison poison fire, allowing the many cultivators from the sect to benefit from it. By then, however, Zhenling's second batch of cultivators to enter Scarlet Mist Island had arrived from Celestial Spirit Mountain. After receiving the black prison poison fire seed from Lu Ping, they entered Scarlet Mist Island once again. Zhenling's territory on the island had increased from less than 1/5 of the original area to more than 1/5 of the original area. The various sects Laozu began to evacuate one after another. Zhenling left behind 2 Laozu, Tian Cheng and Tian Qin, to guard Scarlet Mist Island. At the same time, he commanded the disciples to continue developing the island. As for Tian Feng Laozu, he returned to Central Plains. Laozu, who had just condensed his Dharma idol not long ago, returned to Celestial Spirit Mountain to continue his cultivation in seclusion. Lu Ping left the black prison poison fire for Tian Qin Laozu to use temporarily. At the same time, it was also to make it convenient for the disciples on the island to hand over the saturated fire seed. After the black prison poison fire had absorbed and neutralized the poison within, it would split into a new fire seed for the disciples to take away. At the same time, Tian Qin Laozu also had to study the scarlet fire poison on Scarlet Mist Island and concoct a poison repellent pill that could adapt to Scarlet Mist Island. As for Tian Cheng Laozu, he had obtained the mother-child geocentric fire and was preparing to concoct the heaven-burning hellfire array. If he could successfully concoct this array, with Tian Cheng's abilities, its power would be even greater than a supreme magic. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. On this day, Lu Ping was giving a lecture to the disciples on Huangli Island. With the eldest disciple Wang Xuanqi as the leader, Tian Xianyue, Du Xianluo, Fang Xianwei, Fang Xuanxia, and Zheng Xuanwu, the 6 personal disciples, and several disciples were sitting in order. Just as they were listening to the impromptu lecture, Lu Ping suddenly stopped talking. All the disciples were confused. As the eldest disciple, Wang Xuanqi was about to open his mouth to ask, but he heard Lu Ping say, "Let's stop here for today. Your martial uncle Lei Delay has already condensed the Dharma idol. Remember to go and congratulate him after the lecture ends." After saying that, Lu Ping's figure had already disappeared from the cave residence. In a secret underground room on Huangli Island that was opened up by Debao, a branch of the Huangli Island's spirit vein opened up and led directly to this place. An unparalleled aura crashed against the seal formation in the secret room. However, the waves of aura and spiritual chi that rushed up were all blocked by the seal formation in the secret room. Instead, the secret room accumulated a dense amount of spiritual chi, almost to the point of squeezing out water. Sixth Brother Lei, who was sitting cross-legged in the secret room, seemed to have sensed something. He began to restrain the aura on his body as much as possible. However, he had just broken through to the next level of cultivation, so he could not completely control the situation of his body. This caused the aura around him to become extremely unstable. A space door gradually formed, and Lu Ping slowly walked out of the door. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Lei, for finally achieving the Dharma idol." Sixth Brother Lei smiled faintly and said, I originally advanced to the peak of the core forging realm before you did. It took me nearly 100 years to advance to the Dharma idol. However, whether it is in terms of cultivation or strength, you have already left me far behind. What is there to celebrate? Sixth brother Lei stood up and stretched his arms and legs. Then he looked around and said, "Your wife's method of setting up the formation is getting better and better. The seal formation in this secret room cannot be broken even with the power of the aura that I gathered when I condensed the Dharma idol." Lu Ping was about to say something, but he paused for a moment. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in front of him. A space door was torn open by Lu Ping, and a message jade slip was taken out by Lu Ping. The jade slip only contained a message from Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Zhang Shi has arrived in the East Sea. Chapter 999. In the past 3 years, 2 major events had taken place. The first was the sudden emergence of Scarlet Mist Island and the large-scale development of the North Sea's cultivation world. This greatly alleviated the shortage of fire-attribute spiritual materials in the North Sea's cultivation world. Furthermore, there were a variety of spiritual materials in the volcanic region and the reserves were abundant. Not only did it attract the entire North Sea's cultivation world to take the risk to develop the island, but many cultivators from the East Sea and Middle Earth also came. Due to Jinling, the various sects in the North Sea began to divide up Scarlet Mist Island prematurely. By the time the other loose cultivators and other forces of the North Sea tried to intervene, most of the huge island had already fallen into the hands of the various forces of the North Sea, leaving only some leftovers for the loose cultivators. When the forces of the East Sea and Middle Earth also wanted a piece of the pie, they were attacked by the forces of the entire North Sea. The two sides inevitably came into conflict. As the biggest beneficiary of Scarlet Mist Island, Jinling faced the most provocations among the various forces of the North Sea. Fortunately, most of the forces from Middle Earth and Middle Earth were third-generation disciples sent out by their respective sects to broaden their knowledge and experience. Although they often had the upper hand in conflicts with the cultivators of the North Sea, they were foreign dragons after all. They rarely suffered serious casualties when fighting with the third-generation disciples of the North Sea. Usually, after breaking through the obstruction of the cultivators of the various sects and entering Scarlet Mist Island, the cultivators of the various sects would not deliberately encircle and suppress them. However, the constant fights with the cultivators of the East Sea and Middle Earth also gave the sects of the North Sea, especially the third-generation disciples of Jinling, a wake-up call. In the past, the cultivators who were considered experts in their respective sects often lost more than they won when fighting against cultivators of the same level from the other cultivation world. It turned out that they had always been the overlord of their own small world. They had never been to the cultivation world of the East Sea and Middle Earth, so how could they know how vast the cultivation world was? At best, they could only be regarded as a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Jinling's situation was considered good among the various sections. At the very least, it was because the reputation of the water sword immortal, Lu Tianping, was so great that the third-generation cultivators of the East Sea and Middle Earth would more or less give him some face. On the other hand, the situation of the other sects was not so good. In conflicts with foreign cultivators, these foreign cultivators were undoubtedly much more ruthless. Many disciples were seriously injured, and there were even news of cultivators dying. Although the senior cultivators of Jinling would not break the rules because of some disputes between the younger generation, as a third-generation disciple, Lu Tianping, did not have such restrictions. If they angered Lu Tianping and he stood up for his fellow disciples, there were not many cultivators of the same generation who could be his match. After all, Lu Ping's current status in the cultivation world was earned through his own strength. When he was in Middle Earth, he was able to be close friends with Xie Tianyang of the Ziyang Palace and Sang Yu of the Spirit Beast Taming Sect, and he was even respected by the two of them. Moreover, the three of them had a glorious battle record of fighting against a mid-Dharma adept of the Tenma people. Even now, Lu Ping was still suspected of killing the young clan leader of the Tenma people. After Lu Ping advanced to the Dharma stage, not only did he master supreme magic, but he also defeated a mid-Dharma adept who also had supreme magic. He first defeated by Jishan on Frost Island, and then fought a battle with Wu Shihuan and Yuan Feixiong to a draw. Xia Tianyang, Sang Yu, by Jishan, Wu Shihuan, and Yuan Feixiong were all recognized as the best of the third-generation cultivators in the cultivation world. They were also the future great cultivators of their respective sects, and they were the pillars of their sects. And Lu Ping was able to become close friends with these people, or even fight to a draw. This kind of battle record was confirmed by the people involved, and it was spread by people with intentions. This made Lu Ping the best of the third-generation disciples in the entire cultivation world, and he had long become one of the few elite cultivators with the highest status among the third-generation cultivators in the cultivation world. And through the accounts of these foreign cultivators, the third-generation cultivators in the North Sea cultivation world finally had a better understanding of Lu Ping's real status in the cultivation world. This understanding undoubtedly became a greater blow to the cultivators of the same generation in the North Sea. Lu Tianping, who was originally like a monster in their eyes, had many more people outside the North Sea. Then what were they? It could be said that after Lu Ping made himself the best of the third-generation cultivators in the entire cultivation world, even the status of Jinling, who was originally unknown in the cultivation world, was greatly improved and received attention. In addition to more and more foreign forces getting involved in the situation in the North Sea, the second major event was Jiang Tianlin's experience of returning to the North Sea after the auction in Phantom City to kill Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi had been hot-headed in the Northwest Sea and failed to plot against the leader of Jinling, Lu Tianling. Instead, Jinling had something on him. At that time, Zhang Shi also knew that he had gotten into big trouble, so he did not participate in the rise of Scarlet Mist Island, causing Songhai sect's strength to suffer a great loss. In the end, the area of influence they had on Scarlet Mist Island was even smaller than that of Xianling sect. After the incident, the Zhenling sect began to brazenly suppress the Blue Sea sect in all aspects throughout the entire North Sea. This was especially so after the great elder of the East Pole sect on Scarlet Mist Island, who was still at the mid-Dharma stage. As expected, the various sects in the North Sea chose to stand by and watch. At least on the surface, they all condemned Zhang Shi's actions. Jinling's suppression of Songhai sect started with the dispute over the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island. After Jinling successfully suppressed Songhai sect's share, the two Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, returned to Frost Island. In the following Spirit Stone distribution, although Songhai sect's share was not forcibly taken by Jinling, half of the supreme-grade Spirit Stones were forcibly replaced by high-grade Spirit Stones by Jinling. Dong Kun Laozu, who was stationed on Frost Island, was no match for the Wind and Snow Immortals and had no choice but to suffer this loss. After that, Lu Ping personally oversaw the distribution of the precious mid-sized Spirit Stone mine in the Northwest Sea. Together with Tian Feng, Tian Shan, and Tian Sen, they defeated Songhai sect's Dong Yi, Dong Yun, and Dong Hu sect's Dong Hai sect's Dong Yi, Dong Yun. And Dong Hu sect's Dong Hai 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 sect's Dong. After that, someone found traces of Zhang Shi in the Southeast Sea region. Lu Ping personally went to chase after him, but Zhang Shi fled at the sight of him, and Lu Ping returned empty-handed. On Scarlet Mist Island, Jinling's cultivators attacked Songhai sect's territory several times. Most of the time, Jinling's cultivators robbed the other's spirit materials, destroyed the other's mines, formations, and mining puppets, and even triggered the volcanoes in their territory in advance. Although they did not cause the deaths of Songhai sect's cultivators, they caused great losses to Songhai sect. Naturally, the Songhai sect was not willing to be outdone. Although they were in the wrong in the sneak attack on Lu Tianling, they still fought back as much as they could against Jinling's all-round suppression. Unfortunately, Jinling had already expected this. In the face of the Songhai sect's counterattack, Jinling's defenses were tight. After several battles, not only did the Songhai sect not gain much of an advantage, they also lost a lot of people, and the momentum of their counterattack was weakened once again. Of course, Zhenling's strength would also cause some sects in the North Sea to have other thoughts in their hearts. Although they did not help either side on the surface, they secretly provided convenience. At the very least, they had to let the Songhai sect persevere under Zhenling's suppression. Only then could they achieve the goal of mutual destruction. Although the Songhai sect also knew the intentions of these forces that secretly supported them, they had no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit at this time. In order to exchange for the secret support of these forces, the Songhai sect gave up countless benefits and sold a lot of inheritance that originally belonged to them. At this time, Jiang Tianlin, who was far away in the East Sea, heard the news of Lu Tianling's attack after attending the Fantasy Spirit City's auction. He quickly rushed back to the North Sea with Xiang Lu Laozu, leaving only Tiankong Laozu to guard Jingzha Island. Jiang Tianlin, who returned to the North Sea, didn't have time to report to the sect what he had gained in the East Sea. The first thing he did was take over the command of the Dark Hall from Lu Tianling and began to search for traces of Zhang Shi in the entire North Sea. Under Jiang Tianlin's command, the entire Dark Hall began to operate at an astonishing speed. Furthermore, it displayed a power that far surpassed what it had displayed in the past when it was under Li Xianin and Lu Tianling's control. It was as if they were peeling silk from strands, and once again, they found traces of Zhang Shi. This time, Jiang Tianlin personally took action and very quickly found Zhang Shi, who was hiding in the northeastern sea near the Deep Sea Demon region. Before meeting Lu Ping, Zhang Shi's only opponent in the entire North Sea was Jiang Tianlin. After advancing to the mid-Dharma stage and mastering supreme powers, Zhang Shi's greatest hope was to be able to fight Jiang Tianlin in a fair and square battle. Unexpectedly, Lu Ping appeared out of nowhere and beat him up before Jiang Tianlin could even make a move. In the end, Zhang Shi was forced to retreat and run away. But in the depths of Zhang Shi's heart, he still hoped to fight Jiang Tianlin. Perhaps this had become the only hope to maintain the pride in his heart. However, reality was cruel. Both sides could be said to be enemies, and the battle lasted for several hours. In the end, restless vast ocean was defeated by fallen petals in profusion. Although Zhang Shi wasn't injured, Jiang Tianlin forcefully took away 18 years of his lifespan, which was even more chilling than being injured. Zhang Shi had no choice but to flee again. Jiang Tianlin chased after him. The two of them ran and chased for 2 whole years. From the northeastern sea to the Deep Sea Demon region, they were chased out by the primordial crocodile clan's great practitioner, Ao Xian. Then, they entered the southeastern sea and fought again on Huanyu Island. When they reappeared, they were already in the southwestern sea. Along the stormy ocean, they fought all the way to the vicinity of Frost Island. Then, they went to the northern stormy ocean. The two of them fought 6 times along the way, and Zhang Shi lost every time. In total, he had lost 100 years of his life to Jiang Tianlin. All the Dharma adepts of the North Sea who had been watching this battle were so shocked that their teeth hurt. A lifespan of 100 years. Zhang Shi had only cultivated for a little over 600 years. Even if he was at the mid-Dharma stage and had a lifespan of 1,200 years, he was only left with a little over 500 years. Now, Jiang Tianlin had shaved away 1/5 of his lifespan. This great technique of fallen petals could really kill people without spilling blood. It was at this moment that the pursuit between the two of them that shook the entire cultivation world of the North Sea had to stop. Back then, the Azura that had been chased away by the 5 great cultivators of the North Sea had suddenly led a large army of Azura demons out of the ocean of storms. This time, not only Zhang Shi, even Jiang Tianlin had to flee. In a short year, the northwestern sea, except for Scarlet Mist Island, had fallen into the hands of Mara. Chapter 1000. No one knew how that Azura was able to pull out such a large Mara army from the ocean of storms. Its strength far exceeded that of the Battle of Frost Island. Under the strong appeals of the various sects in the North Sea, Zhenling finally stopped suppressing the Blue Sea sect. The various sects practitioners entered Scarlet Mist Island and began to join forces to resist the attack of Mara's army on Scarlet Mist Island. And Jiang Tianlin's pursuit of Zhang Shi had to stop first. After all, both the Blue Sea sect and Zhang Shi had paid a huge price this time. However, Jinling's suppression of the Blue Sea sect for 2 years had created unimaginable pressure on the Blue Sea sect. Just as the disaster of Mara swept through the Northwest Sea again, Jinling had just given up on suppressing the Blue Sea sect under the persuasion and pressure of the various sects in the North Sea. Then, another shocking news came from the Blue Sea sect. The East Pole Laozu had fallen under the Second Lightning Tribulation, and the Blue Sea sect's dream of becoming a Dharma adept had finally come to an end. The Blue Sea sect was probably going to fall. This became the voice of almost the entire North Sea sect. Although the news that the East Pole Laozu was about to advance to the late Dharma stage had spread throughout the North Sea sect a few years ago, the entire North Sea sect attributed the death of the East Pole Laozu to Jinling's suppression, and the outbreak of the disaster of Mara was the last straw. The East Pole Laozu was eager to break through and escape the Blue Sea sect's current predicament, so he had to take a risk. Unfortunately, he failed. The Blue Sea sect undoubtedly placed all their hatred on Jinling, but they had no choice but to hide the seed of hatred deep in their hearts, waiting for the day when it would take root and sprout. It was not that the Blue Sea sect did not want to hide the news of the fall of the East Pole Laozu, but in the end, it failed. Just as the entire North Sea was concentrating on Mara's invasion on Scarlet Mist Island, Jiang Tianlin Laozu's communication jade slip brought Lu Ping a surprising piece of news. Zhang Shi had actually gone to the East Sea. Because Jinling had the widest sphere of influence on the entire Scarlet Mist Island, Jinling's task of defending against Mara's invasion was the most important. With the Celestial Laozu in charge of the sect and the head Lu Tianling in control of the overall situation, Jiang Tianlin Laozu was the best candidate to take charge of the defense of Scarlet Mist Island. He could no longer take care of his own personal affairs. At this time, Jiang Tianlin could only hope that Lu Ping could continue to pursue Zhang Shi on his behalf. Slowly, Lu Ping also began to understand the meaning of Jiang Tianlin's move. He wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. With the fall of the East Pole, no one in the Blue Sea sect would be able to reach the late Dharma stage in the next 100 or 200 years, and among the second-generation disciples of the Blue Sea sect, only Zhang Shi had the qualifications and hoped to replace the East Pole Laozu. It could be said that the future of the entire Blue Sea sect could only be supported by Zhang Shi. Jinling naturally saw Zhang Shi's role, and the Blue Sea sect also knew that under such circumstances, Jinling would definitely choose the opportunity to get rid of Zhang Shi. Therefore, when the disaster of Mara broke out and the cultivators of the various sects were mobilizing their troops, the Blue Sea sect let Zhang Shi take the opportunity to leave the North Sea. At least he could leave a spark for the future rise of the Blue Sea sect. But all of this did not escape Jiang Tianlin's calculations. When Zhang Shi had just made his move to the East Sea, Jiang Tianlin had already received the news and sent the news to Lu Ping. His purpose was very clear. He hoped that Lu Ping would continue to go to the East Sea to kill Zhang Shi. Seeing the change in Lu Ping's expression, Sixth Brother Lei smiled and asked, "What kind of trouble did you encounter that could make you, Lu Tianping Laozu, so troubled? I'm afraid it must be something earth-shattering, right?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "I'm afraid Huangli Island will need Brother Lei to hold the fort again." Sixth Brother Lei had just condensed his Dharma power, so he still needed time to consolidate his cultivation. Therefore, Lu Ping did not stay in the secret room for too long. After leaving the secret room, the entire Huangli Island suddenly shook. Lu Ping was slightly startled. When he spread out his divine telekinesis, he heard Lu Qiner's clear and melodious chirp with a trace of joy. Lu Ping's heart moved, and he appeared in a call behind the cave residence. As Huangli Island expanded, the terrain of Huangli Island also changed. Lu Ping's cave residence was located in the center of the entire island. The fiery light that soared into the sky flashed from the mountain valley, almost illuminating the entire sky in crimson red. A huge cyan Yuan was hovering excitedly above the mountain valley, shuttling through the fiery light from time to time, as if it was bathing in fire. When Lu Ping arrived, Lu Qiner finally descended from the sky and said excitedly, "Big brother, look." This is the fire vein that I stimulated and nurtured. The call was the exit of the fire vein, and the tumbling magma was like boiling water. This was actually a small-scale fire vein. Lu Ping looked at Lu Qiner with a surprised expression and said, "Qiner, didn't you say that the fire spirit pearl was just a miniature spirit pearl? It was already good enough to nurture a miniature fire vein. How did it turn out to be a small-scale fire vein? From the looks of it, the quality of the fire vein is rather good. The fire is extremely pure." Lu Qiner said embarrassedly. "Qiner has mistaken. After all, the fire spirit pearl is even rarer than the spirit amassing pearl. Qiner only described it in my inherited memories. However, without our phoenix race's bloodline inheritance secret art, it wouldn't be easy to nurture this fire vein." Lu Ping knew that Lu Qiner was speaking the truth. The fire phoenix race was publicly acknowledged as the elves of fire in the cultivation world. Although Lu Qiner didn't have a pure fire phoenix bloodline, her cultivation might not be inferior to the direct descendants of the fire phoenix race. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Qin, I might be going to the East Sea soon. Do you want to follow me?" Lu Qiner looked at the fire vein in the middle of the kernel. This was the new home that she had painstakingly built for herself. For this, she had pursued Debeo on Huangli Island for an entire year. Only then did she obtain enough treasures to execute the fire phoenix's secret art and nurture the fire spirit pearl into a fire vein. However, Lu Qiner also knew that Lu Ping might bring her to the fire phoenix race on this trip to the North Sea. This was an opportunity for her, and it was related to the growth of her cultivation. Lu Qiner naturally didn't want to miss it. "Wherever Big Brother goes, I will go." Lu Ping smiled and said, "You stay here for a period of time first. There's no hurry to go now." Ignoring Lu Qiner's cheers, Lu Ping turned around and returned to his cave abode, entering his secret cultivation room. Right now, the spirit vein on Huangli Island was converging into the third mid-sized spirit vein. The spiritual energy in Lu Ping's cultivation room was so dense that it could choke an ordinary person to death. In the underground spring where the spiritual energy originated from, Lu Dagui was sleeping in the water. In this spirit pond that Lu Dagui created, 18 willing fish Dao soldiers had already advanced into the blood condensation realm. Some of the more outstanding ones had even advanced into the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. There were 36 Wuling fish of the second generation that had survived, and they were now at the late stage of the blood refining realm. The 81 Wuling fish of the third generation had only just reached the blood refining realm and were not qualified to become Dao soldiers yet. These Wuling fish were a gift from the Tianxian sect to Lu Ping when he was traveling in the Middle Earth. The Wuling fish was one of the strongest Dao soldiers in the cultivation world, but it was also one of the most difficult to cultivate. After decades of cultivation, even though Lu Ping was rich, he only managed to cultivate 3 generations of Wuling fish, and there were only slightly more than 100 of them. Most of the time, these Dao soldiers were taken care of by Lu Dui. Lu Ping took out a water bowl and sucked it towards the pond. Lu Dui, the Wuling fish, and the spiritual water in the pond were all sucked into the water bowl by Lu Ping. The spring gurgled and the water began to fill up the entire pond again. After leaving the cave abode, Lu Ping once again summoned all his disciples. Looking at the disciples below him, Lu Ping said, "I will be going on a long journey in the near future. This time, it will take at least 3 to 5 years, and at most, it will take several decades. All of you must be careful and diligent. Don't let your cultivation fall behind." The disciples all bowed their heads in agreement. The eldest disciple, Wang Xuanqi, said, "I wonder where Master will be going? We brothers and sisters can accompany you." Lu Ping shook his head and said, "This time, I will be going to the Eastern Sea first. I don't know where I will be going after this. As the eldest disciple of the Hearing Surf Manor, you need to take care of the affairs on Huangli Island on my behalf. The cultivation of you brothers and sisters is still too weak. You will only be a burden if you go." Lu Ping ignored the embarrassment on the disciples' faces and said, "The Northern Sea is currently in troubled times. It is not good for all of you to cultivate diligently. You need to go out often to gain experience. Although it is dangerous, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation." The disciples all listened attentively. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Ping's face and he continued, "Master has a few treasures here that I don't normally use. Today, I will give them all to you. However, don't blindly rely on the power of these treasures to bully others. You must know that your own cultivation is the foundation. Without a deep cultivation, even if you have a treasure, you will only be able to display some of its power." When the disciples heard that Lu Ping wanted to divide the treasures, their faces lit up with joy. Lu Ping's face sank and he gave them another lecture before handing over a spirit sealing box and the water bowl containing the wooling fish to Wang Xuanqi. He said, "Xuanqi, you are my eldest disciple. Currently, your cultivation is at the 3rd layer of core forging. The foundation you have accumulated is enough for you to step into the mid-core forging stage. However, the spirit sealing box I am giving you contains a low-grade heaven gold stone." Seeing the awkward expression on Wang Xuanqi's face, Lu Ping smiled and said, "Of course, I'm not asking you to use a heaven-grade origin treasure on your first try. Instead, I hope that you can use this heaven-grade origin treasure on your second try and break through to the late core forging realm." Hearing this, Wang Xuanqi heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I will definitely not disappoint you, Master." Ordinary practitioners who could refine a low-grade heaven gold stone for the 3rd time would already be considered a reserve Dharma adept of the sect. Who knew how much effort the sect would put in to cultivate them? However, Lu Ping wanted Wang Xuanqi to use a heaven gold stone for his second attempt. It was obvious that Lu Ping wanted Wang Xuanqi to be nurtured like a disciple of a large, established sect, or even one of the 6 holy lands. Chapter 1001. Lu Ping did not directly prepare the spiritual items for Wang Xuanqi to advance to the mid-stage core forging realm. He hoped that they could obtain it through their own efforts and not blindly rely on Master's help. At the same time, he placed the heavenly gold stone far in front of him to encourage his disciples. Lu Ping handed the water bowl to Wang Xuanqi and said, "This wooling fish is a Dao weapon that Master specially prepared for Huangli Island. It's just that this Dao weapon has not been fully formed yet. Master has no time to spare, so I will temporarily leave this Dao weapon in your care." After handing the heavenly gold stone and wooling fish to Wang Xuanqi, Lu Ping looked at Tian Xinyue and said, "I heard that you have made great progress in the Yingshan Immortal Academy. You have already mastered mid-stage core forging realm pills and are now refining late-stage core forging realm pills?" Tian Xinyue said, "It's all thanks to Master's guidance and cultivation. Disciple has concentrated on studying Master's pill refinement techniques to achieve this." Lu Ping nodded and said, "I have passed on all my pill refinement techniques to you. However, Master still has 2 great pill refinement techniques. I have already taught you the spiritual explosion technique, so today, I will teach you the spirit fire smelting purification technique. This secret technique is very important, so you must use it carefully. You should study it carefully after you leave." Tian Xinyue took the jade slip and thanked Lu Ping. However, he saw Lu Ping open his palm and a small pill furnace appeared in Lu Ping's palm. Tian Xuanyue's eyes widened when he saw the pill furnace in Lu Ping's hand. Even the other disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Top-grade pill furnace, flying rainbow cauldron. Although Jinling already had 2 magic treasure pill furnaces and the number of high-grade pill furnaces had increased, it did not mean that Jinling had enough pill furnaces. On the contrary, with the expansion of Jinling and the increase in the number of pill refinement masters, both pills and pill furnaces were still in short supply. The status of top-grade pill furnaces in the sect did not decrease but increased. Who would have known that Lu Ping actually had a top-grade alchemy furnace on him? In fact, what everyone didn't know was that Jinling actually had 3 magic treasure pill furnaces. In addition to Lu Ping's Nachuan cauldron and Tian Lu Laozu's treasure cauldron, Jinling had also obtained a treasure cauldron that had condensed 3 treasured seals in the Ying Tian dojo. However, this treasured cauldron was eventually obtained by Celestial Phenomenon Laozu. Even Lu Ping had no idea what Celestial Phenomenon Laozu used it for. Lu Ping noticed the expressions on the disciples' faces. He smiled faintly and said to Tian Xinyue, "Although I prepared this soaring rainbow cauldron for you, it won't be easy for you to obtain it." I will leave this cauldron in fellow Taoist Lei Di's hands. If you can't concoct a late core forging medicinal pellet that satisfies him, you won't be able to obtain it. Lu Ping paused for a moment and continued. Originally, Master prepared a heaven and earth spiritual fire for you. Unfortunately, a spiritual fire is of great use to Master. Therefore, I will leave this flying rainbow cauldron in front of you. Let's see if you can obtain it or not. Lu Ping looked at his third direct disciple, Du Jiao. Then he took out a jade slip and a jade pendant from his storage artifact and said, "This jade slip is the cultivation method for the fifth earth true body that I obtained from martial uncle Tian Kong. The fifth earth true body is the divine ability that martial uncle Tian Kong is proud of. It is a set of earth attribute spells that can be cultivated to the supreme divine ability level. Currently, martial uncle Tian Kong is only one step away from being able to cultivate it to the supreme divine ability level. The other people who cultivate this divine ability are your martial uncle Tian Shan and martial uncle Lu Xiantian. Both of them have deep attainments in this divine ability. In the future, if you have any questions, you can ask the two of them." Then he took out the jade pendant and said, "This psychic jade pendant is an extremely good treasure for core forging cultivators. It was given to me by your martial uncle Xian Ru. After that, it was upgraded by your martial uncle Xian Lian. Although it is only a psychic level magic treasure, its true value is close to that of a spirit nurturing magic treasure. Now, this jade pendant is no longer of much use to me, so I will give it to you for your cultivation." Du Jiao bowed and thanked Lu Ping. Then he heard Lu Ping continue, "Debao will follow me to the East Sea. All of Debao's businesses on Huangli Island will be managed by Xian Qi. You just need to take over the underground auction. Now, there is no need to be so sneaky. Just hold it openly on Huangli Island. Our sex Lao Zu and your martial uncle Lei will protect you." Lu Ping turned to look at Feng Wei and Feng Xia. He smiled and said, "The two of you have grown quite fast. You're almost catching up to your eldest senior brother. Originally, I should praise you, but I don't approve of your pursuit of speed. Instead, you should spend more time polishing your foundation. Otherwise, when your cultivation reaches a certain level in the future, you won't have enough strength and it will be difficult for you to advance any further." Lu Ping's words were not polite at all. His words caused the two siblings' faces to turn red. Lu Ping had no choice but to do so. The two siblings' aptitudes were not the best, but they cultivated diligently. However, they were too ambitious and lacked patience. They only pursued speed. Compared to other cultivators, their foundation was solid. However, compared to Wang Qi and Du Jialua, they were far behind. Lu Ping waved his hand in front of him. Two flying swords appeared from the spatial door like swimming fish. They circled around Lu Ping's body. They were the autumn dew swords in Lu Ping's hand. This pair of spirit-nurturing grade flying swords had accompanied Lu Ping for decades. If it weren't for the fact that the quality of the swords could no longer be improved, Lu Ping would not have stopped using them after obtaining the thin water-flowing sword. Lu Ping thought for a moment. He guided the two flying swords slightly and pointed at the stone wall at the entrance of the cave. The autumn dew swords drew a white arc in front of the two swords and disappeared into the stone wall. Looking at the confused siblings, Lu Ping said, "You two have cultivated my sex joint attack secret technique. The autumn dew eerie swords were once my favorite weapon. Now, I've embedded the swords into the stone wall. One day, if you two can extract the swords without damaging the stone wall, the swords will belong to you too." The siblings were happy and worried at the same time. They were happy because the charming autumn water sword was a spirit-nurturing grade mystic treasure, which was already considered an important treasure in Zhenling sect. But they were worried because Lu Ping had clearly set up a test for them. They didn't expect the siblings to obtain the mystic treasure so easily. It wouldn't be easy to pass the test set up by Immortal Water Sword. However, thinking about the treasures that Lu Ping had left for his three direct disciples, it was clear that Lu Ping had placed the treasures in front of the disciples' cultivation. Every time they made some progress, there would be a benefit waiting for them. But if they slacked off, then they would naturally have no chance of obtaining the treasures. In front of the last registered disciple, Seng Wu, Lu Ping took out Landslide and weighed it in his hand with reluctance. This landslide has been with me for the longest time. Although I have managed to condense the 7th restriction and upgrade it to spirit nurturing grade, it is extremely difficult to continue to upgrade it. It is extremely rare to find a top-grade spirit material with both water and gold attributes. However, this treasure is suitable for your cultivation method. If you can successfully advance to the mid-core forging stage in the future, you can take this treasure and refine it. After assigning tasks to the disciples, Lu Ping stood up and went to Tianling Mountain. Originally, he wanted to see if his teacher had recovered, but he did not expect to receive a message from Laozu Jiang Tianlin as soon as he arrived at Tianling Mountain. He asked if Lu Ping had already set off for the Eastern Sea, and if he had not, he would immediately head to Scarlet Mist Island. Lu Ping was bewildered, but he did not hesitate at all. He turned around and walked toward the teleportation formation in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall. With a flash of white light, Lu Ping reappeared on Scarlet Mist Island that was shrouded in red mist. Currently, Tian Lin, Xiang Lu, Tian Cheng, Tian Qin, and Tian Shan had gathered on Scarlet Mist Island. Other than Tianling Mountain, it could be said that Zhenling was the most impregnable place. As soon as Lu Ping emerged from the teleportation formation in front of a mountain, he just happened to see a group of Mara charging toward where Zhenling was stationed. The Zhenling cultivators on Scarlet Mist Island all rose into the air and began to activate the protective formation along the coast in preparation to defend against the Mara's charge. However, this group of Maras was not particularly strong, but they were extremely fast. It seemed that they wanted to charge into Scarlet Mist Island before the protective formation was completely activated. The cultivators in Zhenling cried out in alarm. As soon as the protective formation was activated, it had yet to unleash its full power. However, over 10 large Maras had already arrived. The various magic treasures on their bodies all shot toward the cultivators in Zhenling. Just as Lu Ping's soul sense charged toward the group of Maras, a soul sense hidden in the air also charged toward Lu Ping's soul like a hungry wolf. The blood demon's soul-devouring ability? Lu Ping sneered. His divine sense suddenly ignited with oily green flames of nothingness that could only be seen by divine sense. The hidden blood demon sensed something amiss and wanted to retreat. However, how could Lu Ping let this opportunity slip away? His divine sense abruptly charged forward and a shrill roar suddenly rang out from the void several li away. Next, a blood-red figure flashed across the horizon before disappearing. Lu Ping did not care about it. He knew that every time Mara attacked, there would be a bloody Mara hiding in the void. His appearance would surely attract the attention of the bloody Mara that was lingering outside Scarlet Mist Island. Although Lu Ping would not attack the ordinary Mara, he did not mind making the bloody Mara that was hiding suffer. Just as the blood demon was defeated and fled, Lu Ping's divine sense immediately sensed that 2 bloody Mara-level divine senses were once again paying attention to him. However, this time, the other party was clearly more cautious. They were only monitoring him to see if he would attack the ordinary Mara that was attacking Scarlet Mist Island. Naturally, Lu Ping would not break the unwritten rule between the cultivation world and Mara. However, just because he did not attack, it did not mean that Lu Ping would not interfere. A young man, who was slightly shorter than Lu Ping but several times more muscular than Lu Ping, walked out from behind Lu Ping with a bronze bell in his hand. Chapter 1002. Although Debeo still had the face of a young man, the 2 small tufts of mustache below his nose made him look a little more mature. In addition, he had managed the Huangli Island auction house and other businesses over the past few years, causing Debeo to look a little more mature. Debeo held a copper bell in his hand, walked a few steps towards the battle on the sea, and then suddenly hit the big bell in his hand. Duong! A ripple visible to the naked eye extended in the void, and in a moment, it had spread to the battle between the Zhenling cultivators and Mara cultivators. The Zhenling cultivators only felt pain in their eardrums, followed by dizziness, and immediately woke up. On the other hand, the Mara cultivators on the opposite side covered their ears and cried out in pain. Many of the weaker Mara cultivators were dispersed by the sound of the bell, and fell from the sky one after another. They were surrounded and killed by the Junling cultivators who woke up before them. In just a moment, the situation of the whole battle suddenly reversed. A large number of Mara fell, and the remaining big Mara cultivators with deeper cultivation were mostly able to resist the sound of the bell. Although they were dazed for a moment, they quickly recovered. Even so, because a large number of Mara cultivators with weaker cultivation were killed, the Junling cultivators had a numerical advantage against the remaining big Mara cultivators. They quickly gained the upper hand on the battlefield. After killing 3 or 4 big Mara cultivators in a row, the remaining Mara cultivators could no longer resist the pressure of Junling cultivators, and they all fled to the sea. When the Junling cultivators returned to Scarlet Mist Island, Lu Ping had already arrived at the temporary cave residence that Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zhu had opened on Scarlet Mist Island. You got the method to refine the Songhai bell? When Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zhu saw Lu Ping asking, Xiang Lu and Lao Zhu also looked at the copper bell in Lu Ping's hand in surprise. It was obviously a newly upgraded spiritual magic treasure. Lu Ping was not surprised at all. He handed the copper bell to Jiang Tianlin and said, "Yes, I found a jade slip in the Songhai relic. I wasn't sure at first, but after asking senior brother Xian Lian for help, I didn't expect the copper bell to have the same effect as the Songhai bell. It's just that the grade of the copper bell is too low, and to continue to improve the quality of the Songhai bell, the spiritual materials needed are extremely rare and strange. It's not realistic to refine this magic treasure on a large scale to defend against Mara." Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zhu passed the copper bell to Xiang Lu, Tian Cheng and the other Lao Zhu. Finally, they returned the copper bell to Lu Ping. Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zhu said, "So Xian Lian has already mastered the method to refine the Songhai bell?" Lu Ping nodded and asked, "Uncle, why did you call me here this time?" Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zhu asked in a deep voice, "Do you know about the AI Clan Island?" Lu Ping shook his head in surprise and said, "I don't know. Isn't the AI Clan Island one of the small forces in the North Sea? It's said that it has a close relationship with Tianyue sect. Did something happen?" Tianqin Lao Zhu interrupted, "Just yesterday, the entire AI Clan Island was slaughtered by the Crystal Palace and Xianling sect. Hundreds of cultivators on the AI Clan Island, including the Dharma idol Lao Zhu, were all killed. It's said that only the daughter of the AI Clan head, AI Shuyao, was rescued by a mysterious female cultivator." Lu Ping was shocked speechless. Lu Ping was quite familiar with the AI Clan Island. He was friends with the AI Clan's third-generation disciple, AI Butao, and the cross-dressing AI Shuyao. After a while, Lu Ping asked, "Why?" After all, the AI Clan of the North Sea was a family with a high status. Although the Crystal Palace and Xianling sect were powerful, they couldn't exterminate the whole clan for no reason. They had to at least come up with a dignified reason to convince people. Moreover, the AI clan was backed by the Tianyue sect of the Central Plains. Jiang Tianlin smiled bitterly and said, "They colluded with the demon race and acted as a middleman for the East Sea enemies of Tianyue sect and the Crystal Palace, the Green Sea Snakes. On the day of the extermination, both the Tianyue sect and the snake demon race were present. This time, even the Tianyue sect was involved. Although the few snake demons that died were not Green Sea snakes, according to Wu Shihuan, who participated in the extermination of the AI Clan Island, the mysterious female cultivator who rescued AI Shuyao was Chu Hailan, a Dharma adept from the fire snake race of the Green Sea Snakes." Chu Hailan? Lu Ping was surprised when he heard this. How can it be him? How could Wu Shihuan be so sure? Jiang Tianlin and the other Lao Zhu saw Lu Ping's reaction and looked at each other. Lu Ping was shocked and said, "Why? Is Chu Hailan on Scarlet Mist Island now?" Tanshan Lao Zhu said unhappily, "This woman came to the island and ran amok. Several disciples of our sect were injured by her. Moreover, this woman is very powerful. In the end, Senior Jiang had to step in to defeat her. However, this woman did not go far. Instead, she said that she wanted to see you. Otherwise, those disciples who were poisoned would not be able to keep their lives." After saying that, Guotianshan couldn't help but complain, "How do you know this woman? She is an authentic descendant of the Green Sea Snakes. If the Crystal Palace knew that our sect has dealings with the green sea snakes, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Hearing that several disciples of his sect were injured by Chu Hailan, Lu Ping's face suddenly became gloomy. He said, "Let's go and see the injured cultivators first." Although the natal poison of the green sea snakes was the best in the world, Lu Ping's Myriad Poison Meteorite Power Gang and Myriad Poison Serum were known as the mother of all poisons in the world. Moreover, Chu Hailan did not kill these disciples. These disciples more or less carried the flames of the dark prison poisonous fire, which could resist the snake poison in their bodies. Therefore, although everyone had lost their fighting power, their lives were not in danger. Although Mei Tianqin had developed an elixir that could prevent the fire poison from eroding, this elixir could only last for a period of time. In the process of refining this elixir, a lot of spiritual herbs would inevitably be consumed. Therefore, it was not as convenient as the dark prison poisonous fire. Lu Ping easily resolved the snake poison in everyone's body. The disciples thanked him one after another, which made Lu Ping's prestige rise to a higher level. On the outermost volcano of Jinling's sphere of influence on Scarlet Mist Island, Lu Ping suddenly appeared and looked at the layers of ripples in the magma crater. "Come out," Lu Ping said coldly. "Hee, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chu Hailan's seductive voice suddenly came from the tumbling magma. A stream of magma soared into the sky and rushed towards Lu Ping's face. Lu Ping's expression remained unchanged. The magma had already cooled down before it reached Lu Ping. It turned into volcanic ash and rustled down. From beginning to end, Lu Ping did not make a move. Hundreds of feet-long fiery serpent soared out of the magma, its crimson scales sparkling under the sunlight, looking like rubies embedded in its body. The fire snake suddenly turned into a ball of flame, and a seductive woman slowly emerged from the flame. It was the Dharma adept of the green sea snakes, Chu Hailan, whom Lu Ping had met in the Tianxian sect. The North Sea Watersword Sage's reputation has not only shaken the human training world, but is also well known among the demon clans of the major training worlds. I didn't have much time to spar with Lu Daoyu during the last meeting in Middle-earth, but now I don't even have the right to fight. Chu Hailan smiled and exuded the charm of a mature woman. Looking at the magma pool at the mouth of the volcano behind her, she said with some reluctance, "This Scarlet Mist Island is indeed a good place. Bathing in it makes one's entire body feel refreshed. Even the volcanic island where the Fire Phoenix clan resides is nothing compared to this. No wonder even the Fire Phoenix clan has taken notice of this Scarlet Mist Island in the East Sea." Upon hearing this, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. This was an important piece of news. Although the Fire Phoenix clan could not be compared to the Green Sea Snakes, they were still the second largest demon clan in the East Sea. Their strength was not inferior to those large sects with a long history in Middle-earth. If the Fire Phoenix clan had really taken a liking to this Scarlet Mist Island, there would be another storm. He had to inform the sect about this so that they could make early preparations. Lu Ping frowned and said, "Fellow Chu, there is a difference between humans and demons. You wouldn't have come this time just to compliment me, right?" Seeing the impatient look on Lu Ping's face, Chu Hailan no longer teased him. Her expression became serious, and her seductive charm was swept away. Instead, she had a dignified and graceful aura. She said, "This time, I need Lu Daoyu's help. Now that the road to the East Sea has been blocked by the Crystal Palace and Xianling sect, all the sects in the North Sea will not provoke the Crystal Palace. If AI Clan's little sister and I want to return to the East Sea, we can only ask for help from Lu Daoyu." Lu Ping sneered and said, "What a joke. Other sects can't provoke the Crystal Palace, but can our sect? No matter if it's the Heavenly Moon sect or the Green Sea Snakes, they are all famous forces in the cultivation world. You can wait for these two sects to come to rescue you." Chu Hailan said helplessly, "Since that's the case, I can only wait for the cultivators of my clan to come to rescue me on this Scarlet Mist Island." Lu Ping's gaze towards Chu Hailan suddenly shrank. He said, "You dare to threaten me?" If the Crystal Palace and Xianling sect knew that Chu Hailan was hiding on the Scarlet Mist Island, then Jinling would definitely not be able to escape responsibility. Hearing Chu Hailan say this, Lu Ping was naturally furious. Chu Hailan was stimulated by Lu Ping's murderous aura. She was secretly shocked by Lu Ping's tyrannical strength. Even when she faced Wu Shihuan in the past, he did not give her such great pressure. Could it be that the person in front of her was even more powerful than Wu Shihuan? Although Chu Hailan was afraid in her heart, she still resisted. If I really want to threaten you, I can use the Samling as an excuse. Now that the entire North Sea is searching for the AI family's sister and me, and your Jinling is rising so strongly, you will definitely become a thorn in the side of the Crystal Palace. Don't you think that this is a chance to secretly form an alliance with the Green Sea Snakes and the Heavenly Moon sect? Moreover, the Samling will eventually return to the clan to receive the inheritance of the clan. If you help me, I will help you. Chapter 1003. So your husband was killed by Huang Shijun and others who ambushed him after he was defeated by Wu Shihuan? That's right. Chu Hailan's expression did not change in the slightest as she said, although my husband fled in defeat, that Wu Shihuan might not have had it easy either. It's just that I didn't think that the mighty direct lineage cultivator of the Crystal Palace would be so despicable, actually setting up an ambush along the way. That husband of mine was already heavily injured in the first place, so how could he have withstood Huang Shijun's ambush? In the end, he still perished. Instead, Huang Shijun became famous after he single-handedly slew my husband. Lu Ping saw that Chu Hailan had chased him from the East Sea to the Central region, and then to the North Sea. It could be seen that the relationship between the couple was very deep. However, Lu Ping couldn't feel the grief of her husband's death from Chu Hailan. From the beginning to the end, Chu Hailan told Lu Ping the process as if it was an unrelated story. Although Lu Ping was full of doubts, it was not appropriate for him to ask, so he inevitably showed his doubts on his face. Chu Hailan was so smart that she had already understood what Lu Ping was thinking. She said, "Do you feel that I'm very indifferent to my husband's death, but chasing him for thousands of miles seems contradictory?" Lu Ping felt embarrassed that Chu Hailan had seen through his thoughts. However, what he was doing now was like walking on the edge of a bottomless abyss, so he couldn't afford to be careless. So, although he seemed hesitant, he still nodded. A trace of worry appeared on Chu Hailan's face as she said, "There's nothing I can do about it. My husband and I aren't actually married. Furthermore, our marriage was decided by our elders. I've only met my husband 3 to 5 times, so how could we have feelings for each other?" Lu Ping asked curiously, "In that case, why are you so eager to avenge him?" Chu Hailan smiled bitterly, "It all started because of me. When I was traveling in human form, Wu Shihuan came to pester me because he coveted my beauty. He chased me all the way to the outer endless sea. I was no match for Wu Shihuan, so I could only use my clan's secret technique to ask for help. Coincidentally, my fiancé came looking for me, and we fought a great battle when we met. However, I didn't expect that my transformation technique, which I thought was brilliant, would be seen through by Wu Shihuan. He set up a trap to lure my husband here. After I was entangled by Ma Shifang, my husband was defeated by Wu Shihuan, and he was killed by Huang Shijun on the way to escape." Chu Hailan paused and continued, "Ma Shifang's strength was similar to mine. When I saw my husband being defeated, I naturally escaped. Fortunately, Wu Shihuan was also injured, so I was able to escape unscathed. However, when I returned to the clan, I was reprimanded by the Water Snake clan. They thought that it was because of me that my husband died. My Fire Snake clan is weak to begin with. When the two clans united by marriage, we also asked for help from the Water Snake clan. Now, things have backfired. I can only use the excuse of avenging my husband to travel for many years in order to avoid the disputes within the clan." Lu Ping didn't expect Chu Hailan to have such an experience. But to be able to fight Wu Shihuan to such an extent, it seemed like her fiancé's status in the Water Snake clan wasn't low. Otherwise, the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake clan wouldn't have vented their anger on Chu Hailan because of her fiancé's death. At this time, Lu Ping didn't know what to say, but he was still a little nervous. With Chu Hailan's current situation among the Green Sea Snakes, would she still be able to help Samling obtain the inheritance? Chu Hailan seemed to be able to understand Lu Ping's thoughts. Seeing that Lu Ping didn't speak, she quickly guessed his thoughts again. She asked, "Are you worried about Samling's inheritance?" Lu Ping was a little vulnerable to this woman's intuition, so he could only nod and admit it. Chu Hailan smiled and said, "With the qualifications and strength of these three little guys, you should not be worried about whether they can accept the inheritance, but whether you can bring them out after accepting the inheritance." Lu Ping heard the meaning in Chu Hailan's heart and said in surprise, "Is there really a way?" Chu Hailan nodded and said, "This is also what I admire about you. Samling grew up with you, and you were able to resist the temptation of the green sea snakes. From the beginning to the end, you didn't put any restriction on their divine thoughts, making them your spiritual slaves. Instead, you and Samling are like father and son. This is your biggest opportunity." Lu Ping was delighted and asked quickly, "What do you mean?" "Followers." Chu Hailan explained. At the time when the seventh ancestor opened the sky, the concept of the human and demon races was extremely vague. The seventh ancestor himself might have been a member of the demon race. Later on, even though there were differences between the two races, the relationship between the two races was still equal. Many of the ancient Almighty people simply abandoned the concept of race. At that time, the Almighty people had many followers. The Almighty people of the human race had many followers of the demon race, and the Almighty people of the demon race also had many followers of the human race. These followers even became the embryonic form of the human race's sections. At that time, the Almighty people treated their followers as equals, without discrimination. However, later on, the human heart became more complex, and the demon heart also became more transparent. Thus, this kind of follower, which was built on trust, changed into a method of slavery that controlled the life and death of the Almighty people. Lu Ping seemed to understand a little and said, that is to say, as long as Samling admits that he is your follower and is not forced by you, this matter will be considered half done." Chu Hailan nodded and said, "Yes, half. After all, Samling was born in the green sea snake and has a pure bloodline. He is considered one of the best rising stars among the green sea snakes. Do you think the big shots in the clan will be willing to let such an excellent junior follow you, a human?" Lu Ping couldn't help but ask, "Then what should I do?" Chu Hailan giggled and said, "That depends on whether you have the strength. As Samling's follower, you must have the strength to protect your own follower when necessary. If you can't provide this kind of protection yourself, how can others rest assured to let their juniors follow you?" Chu Hailan then changed his tone and said, "Of course, with your reputation as the North Sea Water Sword Celestial, the big shots in the clan will look up to you." Lu Ping couldn't help but smile bitterly. The big shots in the Green Sea Snake clan only needed to think about the strength of the Crystal Palace to understand why he would be looked up to by these big shots. After Lu Ping roughly told Jiang Tianlin and Laozu about Chu Hailan's matter, the next day, he received a transmission jade slip from Celestial Phenomenon Laozu and Lu Tianling Laozu. However, other than asking about the recent battle situation with Mara on Scarlet Mist Island, there was nothing else mentioned. Jiang Tianlin showed the jade slip to Lu Ping, and Lu Ping immediately understood. He ordered Chu Hailan to find Ai Shuyao, who was hiding in a secret place, and cast a secret invisibility technique on the two of them. They traveled unimpeded all the way to Tianling Mountain. Along the way, the detection restrictions in the various Zhenling arrays were not triggered at all, and the few Dharma adepts also ignored it. As for the other core forging adepts, how could they see through Lu Ping's secret technique? When the teleportation array was activated, and after a flash of light, the three of them were already on Jingzha Island. "Bastard, you're courting death." As soon as Lu Ping and the other two arrived on Jingzha Island, they heard Tiankong Laozu's earth-shattering roar, followed by a shocking murderous intent that swept through the entire island. Chu Hailan had already known beforehand that there was an extremely strong mid-Dharma adept from Zhenling sect stationed on Jingzha Island. When she heard Patriarch Tian Kang's sudden shout, she instinctively circulated all the inner yuan in her body. Her aura was just as strong and violent, which gave Patriarch Tian Kong a fright. The murderous aura that filled the sky instantly froze. Lu Ping, on the other hand, knew that this was a misunderstanding, but there was no time to explain now. In a flash, he had already disappeared. At this time, Chu Hailan also knew that she had made a mistake, and she hurriedly retracted her aura. However, her soaring demonic aura could no longer be concealed. Tiankong Laozu, who was originally about to leave the island, turned around and charged towards Chu Hailan. Ji Xianxian stuffed the last top-grade spirit stone into the wooden bird puppet beneath his feet. The wooden bird, which was originally dispirited and unpracticed, glowed brightly. It flapped its wings more nimbly, and its speed instantly doubled. Ji Xuanxuan's heart was bleeding. Ji Xianxian's heart was bleeding. The 3 top-grade spirit stones he had were obtained from Lu Ping after wasting half a kilogram of saliva. He didn't expect that the 3 top-grade spirit stones would be wasted on the short journey from Hearing Waves Island to Jingzhe Island. This was not what made Ji Xuanxuan's heart ache the most. What pained him the most was the wooden bird puppet beneath his feet. It should be known that the wings of this wooden bird puppet were made from the branches and leaves that Ji Xianxian had saved from the gray willow tree when he was creating Lu Ping's avatar. Needless to say, it was impossible for it to escape so far under the pursuit of a blood shura. However, this puppet had already reached its limit under Ji Xuanxuan's continuous overloading and was already on the verge of becoming useless. He could only hope that it could persevere until Jingzhe Island. Otherwise, not only would he lose his life, even Soundwaves Island would probably be completely slaughtered. A blood-red light was getting closer and closer behind Ji Xianxian. Ji Xianxian could see the hideous smile on the blood shura's face hidden in the blood-red light. Ji Xianxian had no choice but to release the last spirit snake puppet on him, hoping that it could buy him some time. Jingzhe Island was only a few hundred kilometers away. Explode! Ji Xuanxuan's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that the spine of the spirit snake puppet made from a branch of the gray willow tree could not withstand more than 2 or 3 blows from the blood shura, Ji Xianxian gritted his teeth and detonated the puppet. Boom! The spirit snake puppet exploded, and the spine of the gray willow tree turned into 12 bone spikes that shot towards the blood shura. Ji Xuanxuan's face paled, and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto the back of the puppet bird beneath his feet. Jingzhe Island was finally close, but before Ji Xianxian could reveal the slightest hint of joy, the blood shura suddenly broke through the blockade of the 12 bone spikes and chased after Ji Xianxian a few hundred meters away. The primordial spirit treasure in his hand flew out, turning into a flying wheel that slashed towards Ji Xuanxuan's back. Chapter 1004. Die, Evildoer. Even though old ancestor Heavenly Peace couldn't detect Chu Hailan's background in that instant, the demonic aura that Chu Hailan's aura burst out just now couldn't be wrong. Even though old ancestor Heavenly Peace sensed that Ji Xianxian was in imminent danger, the demonic aura that suddenly appeared in the jolting hibernating island made old ancestor Heavenly Peace hesitate between Ji Xianxian and the jolting hibernating island. However, in the end, old ancestor Heavenly Peace still had no choice but to protect the jolting hibernating island. Jingzhe Island was a place Zhenling had managed to protect in the fallen secret land for several generations. It was also the symbol of Zhenling's interest in the several spirit stone veins in the fallen secret land. The mountain-splitting axe slashed down with a mountain-splitting and sea-splitting power, scaring Chu Hailan to the point that her face turned pale. Although Chu Hailan was born in the Fire Snake clan, which was the weakest compared to the other Green Sea Snake tribes, Chu Hailan's strength was excellent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to compete with the direct descendants of the Crystal Palace. However, in front of Tiankong Laozu, who had the mountain-splitting axe, it was not enough. A flame rose from the soles of Chu Hailan's feet. Countless flames escaped in all directions in the shape of fire snakes, but they were still cut down by 2/3 by Tiankong Laozu's axe. Fire Spirit Escape. You are the Green Sea Snakes? Old ancestor Tiankong was experienced and knowledgeable after all, and he had stayed in the East Sea numerous times before, so he naturally had a good eye for things. He immediately recognized that what Chu Hailan had executed was one of the secret escape techniques of the Jade Sea Spirit Snake race, and the attacks in his hands couldn't help but stop. If it was someone else, Tiankong Laozu would have killed him. However, the person in front of him was the green sea snake. At this time, Tian Kong Laozu remembered that there should be 3 people who had been teleported here. However, there were only 2 women in front of him. That extremely familiar aura had disappeared. Tian Kong Laozu scanned with his divine will and instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "You guys followed Tianping here?" The remaining fire snakes regrouped a few hundred feet away. Chu Hailan appeared there in a sorry state. He said, "Senior, please don't be angry. I came here with Lu Tianping." At this time, although Tian Kong Laozu had the intention to rush out of the island as soon as possible to receive Ji Xianxian, a green sea snake suddenly appeared on the island. Furthermore, it came from Junling's own teleportation array. This caused Tian Kong Laozu to not dare to go out of Jingzha Island without understanding the situation. Rumble. Bush. The intense fluctuations of the battle quickly attracted everyone's attention. Ji Xianxian was finally saved the moment he was killed by the flywheel. Ji Xianxian, who had narrowly escaped death, couldn't be bothered to feel the slightest bit of joy towards the pair of familiar flying swords. His true essence was on the verge of drying up as he struggled to support the wooden bird puppet beneath his feet to fiercely flap its wings a few times. Then, the wooden bird puppet swayed and crashed towards the Jingzha Island. Crash! Before the cultivators on Jingzha Island could rush over to receive him, the entire wooden bird crashed into the ground at an extremely fast speed and then fell apart. The cultivators from Junling who rushed over to receive him were Yao Yong, Du Feng, Xianling, and the others. The few of them had accompanied Yao Yong to participate in the Fantasy Spirit Cities auction. Their original intention was to see if they could find a way to restore Laozu's origin. In the end, although they found nothing, Yao Yong insisted on staying in the Eastern Sea. He still didn't give up hope, so Du Feng and Xianling also stayed here to accompany him. The 3 of them saw Ji Xuanxuan's entire body bounce off the moment the wooden bird landed. Then, he rolled on the ground several times without any care for his image. In the end, he lay on the ground and didn't get up. The hearts of Yao Yong and the others sank as they hurriedly rushed over. However, they heard Ji Xianxian groaning as he lay on the ground without a care for his image. It was obvious that he didn't suffer any serious injuries, but because his true essence was exhausted, he was unable to support a protective spell like a barrier. Yao Yong said snappily, "Quickly get up, there are still quite a few 4th-generation disciples on the island. If they were to see our sect's dignified puppet grandmaster lying on the ground without any care for his image, who knows how many disciples would have their eyeballs smashed, especially those female disciples. Among the 16 true spirit inheritances, you, Ji Xianxian, are known as the most handsome and outstanding. Don't disappoint them." These words were indeed effective. Ji Xianxian couldn't care less about the soreness in his body as he crawled up from the ground. He tidied up his clothes and looked around, only to discover that the startled disciples on the island were all looking up at the battle between Lu Ping and the blood Azura that was chasing after him. No one had noticed him. The spirit that Ji Xianxian had just mustered immediately dissipated as he said, "Like I said, there's no place for us to stand out with this guy around. The number 1 in appearance really can't compare to the number 1 in strength." Du Feng saw that Ji Xianxian had fled to the jolting hibernation island in such a sorry state. It was obvious that there was an extremely important matter, but this fellow was rambling about without any proper business. Thus, Du Feng said coldly, "Speak." Ji Xianxian was startled by Du Feng's cold shout. Only then did he put away his previous playful expression and said, "The Soundwave Island has been besieged by Mara and is in imminent danger. I originally came here to ask for reinforcements, but it seems that there's no need for that now." As he spoke, Ji Xianxian turned his gaze towards the battle between Lu Ping and the blood Azura. Lu Ping's pair of flying swords struck the surface of the flywheel like raindrops. Although the flywheel could display the power of a spiritual treasure in the hands of the blood Azura, the combination of the thin water Everflow sword could also compete with a spiritual treasure. Moreover, the pair of flying swords were currently in Lu Ping's hands. From the beginning, Lu Ping had used swordsmanship to entangle the blood Azura's spiritual treasure. The 2 flying swords shot out more than 100,000 sword lights. Every 1,296 sword lights condensed into a sword dragon. A total of 100 sword dragons weaved a huge sword net in the sky, trapping the flywheel within. No matter how hard it tried, it was unable to break through the restraints of the sword net. In a moment of desperation, the Blood Azura wanted to personally tear apart the sword net, but was forced back by the sword chi that shot out from the sword net. Most of the Blood Azura's abilities were based on the spiritual treasure. Now that the spiritual treasure had been trapped by Lu Ping, the Blood Azura's own strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary early Dharma adept. Although Lu Ping had also lost the Thin Water Everflow sword, Lu Ping himself had never admitted that he was a pure swordsman. Lu Ping opened his palm and 5 torrents formed in mid-air, entangling the Blood Azura. The Blood Azura obviously did not expect Lu Ping to be able to use such a powerful magical power so casually after using the magical power of the spiritual treasure that could trap it. At this time, it was obvious that it was panicking, but it still rubbed its hands together, and dozens of golden lights shot out in all directions, cutting through the 5 torrents of Lu Ping. However, once Lu Ping used it, it was often endless. The split torrents suddenly split again, and the sky full of drizzle pierced the body of the Blood Azura. This Blood Azura was a gold Azura, and a copper-colored light shield suddenly appeared all over its body. Although the art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain was a meticulous attack, it could not pierce through this protective light shield. However, what the Blood Azura did not see was that although the sky full of drizzle could not pierce through its protective spell, when the drizzle fell at its feet, it slowly formed a pool of water. At this time, the Blood Shura was already a little frightened. It had fought with human Dharma adepts several times, but when it came to early Dharma adepts, it was always successful. Even when it came to mid-Dharma adepts that were difficult to deal with, it was able to escape unscathed. But at this time, the person in front of it, just how many kinds of natural great magical power had he used? The Blood Azura was a little scared. An instinct made it realize that at this time, it seemed to have fallen into the trap of the person in front of it. When it looked down in a daze, it suddenly saw that the water under its feet did not fall because it was in midair. Instead, it accumulated more and more, forming a small lake in the sky. The danger in the Blood Azura's heart became more and more critical. Rays of Gung-Jin essence dispersed from its body, and the flying wheel trapped in the sword net suddenly shook violently. It attacked in all directions in the sword net, smashing 4 or 5 sword dragons in a row and almost breaking out of the sword net. However, it was a little too late. Lu Ping raised both palms, and the lake in the sky suddenly rose up with a monstrous wave, crashing down on the Blood Azura's head with the force of a mountain. Blue Wave's technique. The Blood Azura dispelled its own Gung-Jin essence as if it did not care for its life, trying to split the huge wave in front of it. However, it did not see Lu Ping behind the huge wave. His hands formed a few more spells, and then suddenly pushed. The originally monstrous wave suddenly rose by 30 feet, and the power contained in it was even greater. Pushing Wave's technique. It was a great spell recorded in the art of Vast Sea. Although Lu Ping had refined a great spell talisman in the Avatar Cloud, he couldn't upgrade it into a great spell seed to form his natal great spell. Even so, the power of this auxiliary remarkable power was still not to be underestimated. The Blood Azura could no longer resist the power contained in the huge wave. Its whole body was slapped away by the huge wave, and the Gung-Jin shield on its body was also smashed into pieces. Die! There was a sudden shout. The Blood Azura who was slapped away did not have time to struggle to get up, and saw a huge light of the axe coming straight down from the sky. The Blood Azura only had time to let out a miserable howl, and then it stopped abruptly. The mountain-splitting axe came down from above, cutting the Blood Azura into 2. Tiankong Laozu laughed at Lu Ping and said, "Young Lu, I'm sorry, martial uncle attacked halfway." Lu Ping smiled helplessly, but his expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Run." The flywheel trapped in the sword net by Lu Ping suddenly went berserk, and the flywheel, which was originally a foot in size, was now fluctuating in size, appearing extremely unstable. This was a sign that it was about to explode. Old Ancestor Tian Kong cursed loudly. He saw that a companion spirit treasure that was in his hands was going to disappear again, but his feet didn't linger in the slightest. He returned to Jingja Island like a wisp of smoke. He had to prevent the aftermath of the meteor explosion from hurting the cultivators on the island. Lu Ping was even more depressed. He had originally wanted to use the Linglong wine cauldron to see if he could absorb the essence from the blood Azura when he killed the blood Azura. Although this was a gold Azura, and the Gungjin essence could not be used by Lu Ping, it would be good as long as he could leave a few Gungjin pills behind. As for the companion spiritual treasure, the flywheel, Lu Ping was more open-minded. After the fall of the blood Azura, it often depended on luck to keep this thing, and this luck would not come 9 out of 10 times. Chapter 1005. The fragments of the exploding flywheel danced in all directions. However, in front of Lu Ping, who had the cloud sail to protect him, the power of the meteor companion spiritual treasure's meteor explosion was really nothing. Moreover, perhaps because Blood Shura's death was too sudden, the flywheel's meteor explosion was not complete. 3 larger fragments shot out in a row. Lu Ping was quick to react. The hundreds of fleeing sword jiaos circled around and retracted the 3 shards. But in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen sword jiaos were sliced into pieces by the 3 shards. Linglong spat out a golden pill. It was condensed from the dissipating golden hepta essence that Linglong had tried her best to collect. Swoosh! A dazzling light shot out from Jingja Island. Du Feng shot the flying sword in his hand straight into the battlefield. The golden hepta essence that was gradually thinning gradually showed signs of condensing into the flying sword in Du Feng's hand. Lu Ping could clearly sense that this trend was not too obvious with his divine telekinesis. However, the flying sword in Du Feng's hand was quite famous. It was already a spirit-nurturing magic treasure and had extremely high potential for improvement. Lu Ping threw a fragment of the companion spiritual treasure towards Du Feng's flying sword. Du Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the fragment. Although the fragment of the companion spiritual treasure could only be regarded as a type of spiritual material, it could be regarded as an extremely rare and pure top-notch spiritual material in the cultivation world. It was very useful to Du Feng. At this time, Chu Hailan already knew that Tian Kong Laozu's evildoer was not directed at her, but at Blood Shura, who was chasing after Ji Xianxian. However, she was more or less on guard in the sect's territory. Unexpectedly, this kind of vigilance caused her to misjudge the situation. Her cultivation, which was originally concealed by the demon transformation bracelet, was automatically exposed. In the end, she was almost subdued by Tian Kong Laozu. Luckily, Chu Hailan's abilities weren't ordinary, which was why she managed to preserve her life under the attack of the mountain-splitting serpent. After that, she willingly entered the trapping formation of the waking hibernating island. Only then did Patriarch Tian Kong put his heart at ease. This was still the result of her identity as the Jade Sea Spirit Serpent, which made Patriarch Tian Kong rather fearful. Patriarch Tian Kong, who had returned to Jingling Island, heard what Lu Ping said, and only then did he let Chu Hailan out. Chu Hailang immediately said his goodbyes and wanted to leave with Ai Shuyao. However, Lu Ping had already heard the news from Ji Xianxian about Hearing Waves Island. In his anxiety, he wanted to rush over to help. However, Lu Ping also knew that the fallen mystic realm was in a state of unrest at this time, so it was naturally not suitable for forefather Tian Kong to leave Jingja Island. Thus, Lu Ping turned his gaze to Chu Hailan. "What? I'm not going. Chu Hailan shook her head like a rattledrum. She wanted to leave Jingja Island as soon as possible and rush back to her clan to pass on the news of her contact with the Heavenly Moon sect. Among the human sects, Chu Hailan always had a feeling that her life and death were not in her control. She did not want this feeling to remain with her. "How about I owe you a favor?" Lu Ping was also a little anxious. He had already received the news from Ji Xianxian. He did not know what had happened on Soundwave Island that attracted 3 Blood Azura and a group of Mara to attack. Ji Xianxian risked his life to ask for help and led one away. However, the remaining 2 and the hundreds of Mara under their command were enough to flatten the entire Soundwave Island. "Really?" Chu Halan's face lit up. She knew that it was not easy to return a favor to a person like Lu Ping. Moreover, who could predict Lu Ping's future achievements? Lu Qiner carried Lu Ping and Chu Hailan in the direction of Soundwave Island. In a short-distance flight, both Lu Ping and Chu Hailan had dozens of methods to surpass Lu Qiner. However, if it was a long-distance flight, Lu Qiner had a natural advantage as a flying Yao cultivator. From Ji Xuanxuan's words, Mara's sudden attack on Soundwave Island seemed rather strange. However, Soundwave Island had been under the management of Qi Lianying and Yin Xianchu for the past few years. It was possible for them to resist the attack of this group of Mara for a short period of time. Moreover, Yin Xianchu had already pushed his cultivation to the edge of refining a spiritual object for the third time. If it was not for the fact that he had no confidence in refining the 3 ice river hearts to achieve a 9th-grade golden core, Yin Xianchu would have long since advanced to the peak of core forging. Even so, with Yin Xuanchu's elusive assassination methods, trying to assassinate a blood Shura was akin to courting death. However, it was not impossible to pin it down. I hope they can hold out until I come to help. Lu Ping was deeply worried. Chu Hailan did not have such thoughts. She had only come to help out because of Lu Ping's favor. The life and death of the people on Soundwave Island had nothing to do with her. Away from Tiankong Laozu's vigilant gaze, Chu Hailan felt relaxed. Instead, she chatted incessantly with the flying Lu Qiner. Outside Soundwave Island, Yin Xianchu was bathed in blood. However, his expression was still cold and solemn, as if the injuries on his body did not belong to him. He held the Taishen thorn in his hand in a reverse grip. Drops of Kuei water essence dripped from the thorn's tip, then evaporated into spiritual energy and dispersed in the air. Dozens of feet away, a blood Shura looked at the transparent hole in its arm in surprise. It did not expect that it would be injured by the human clan's minor repairs. This made it extremely angry, but at the same time, it also made it feel a little more afraid of the person in front of it. Yin Xianchu had been entangled with this blood Shura for more than 4 hours. At this moment, he was almost at his limit. Just now, he had almost died in the hands of this blood Shura. If it was not for the fact that his method of concealing his tracks was not low, Yin Xianchu would have died many times over. This guy's companion's spiritual treasure was actually invisible. How could it be the same as Lu Tianping's aqua sword? No, it was even more powerful than the aqua sword. If Yin Xuanchu's attainments in concealment were not low, he would have died many times over. The rumbling from afar made Yin Xianchu feel slightly relieved. At least until now, the other blood Shura had not broken the island's protective formation. Although Qi Lianying's cultivation had just broken through to the 8th layer of the core forging realm, his strength was not weaker than Ji Xuanxuan's. With the island's protective formation and the group of cultivators on the island, they should be able to resist, but they would not be able to hold on for long. Why hasn't that bastard Ji Xianxin returned yet? He couldn't have been killed by that golden Azura on the way, right? If that's the case, then there's no hope for today's battle. When the time comes, I'll just try my best to rescue Qi Lianying, and the others can only fend for themselves. Speaking of which, the relationship between Qi Lianying and Lu Tianping was unclear. Who knew if there would be any disturbances? Moreover, Qi Lianying herself was very strange. Her appearance had been changed, and her memory was also fragmented. However, her cultivation was closely related to Junling's direct disciple. It was said that she had been raised by Uncle Master Tianqin since she was young, but she had not become Uncle Master Tianqin's disciple. In that case, Uncle Master Tianqin would definitely not break the sex rules and teach her a direct disciple method. Yin Xianchu was suddenly shocked. How could he be distracted at such a moment of life and death? When he looked at the blood Shura in front of him, he saw that the blood Shura was also looking at Yin Xianchu and smiling coldly. The wound on his arm was still dripping with the blood of the blood Shura, but it was no longer the essence of Kuei water, but ordinary water. Not good. Why did this fellow's supernatural power look like the art of deceiving the heavens and sea? Yin Xuanchu's intuition, trained from walking on the edge of life and death, told him that he was now at the moment of life and death. Yin Xianchu turned to the side and blocked with the Taishan thorn in his hand. With a crisp clang, the Taishan thorn that had just been repaired was cut open by the blood Shura's invisible spiritual treasure. Yin Xianchu did not care about the pain. This Taishan thorn was something that Lu Ping had entrusted to him to hand over to Qi Lianing. It was only because of the critical situation that Yin Xianchu had to restrain the blood Shura alone that Qi Lianing had temporarily given him the Taishan thorn. Although Yin Xianchu had blocked the blood Shura's invisible spiritual treasure and tried his best to dodge sideways, a huge force still hit his back without any warning. Yin Xianchu followed this force and abruptly flew forward for over 1,000 feet. He could no longer hold back the blood in his heart, and he directly spat out an arrow of blood 3 feet away. Then, it turned into a blood-colored ice cube that emitted a chilling aura and fell onto the surface of the sea. The blood Shura, laughing strangely, appeared where Yin Xianchu had been standing, and the previous illusion turned into a pool of water and fell from mid-air. Damn, it was exactly the same as the art of deceiving the heavens and sea. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the direction of Soundwave Island in the distance, followed by shouts of killing. Yin Xuanchu's heart trembled. Oh no, the island's protective formation was broken. Yin Xianchu wanted to retreat. He had to rush back to Soundwave Island. At the very least, he had to rescue Qi Lianing. However, he had neglected the fact that he was heavily injured. How could he retreat just because he wanted to? Moreover, there was a blood Shura eyeing him covetously. At this moment, this blood Shura seemed to be even more anxious than he was. With a howl, it pounced towards Yin Xianchu. A strange force firmly bound Yin Xianchu in midair. Even if he wanted to hide himself, he would have to expend a great deal of energy to break through this restraint. If Yin Xianchu still had his strength, it would naturally not be a problem. However, how could he escape now that he was seriously injured? Yin Xianchu sighed. He knew that he could not escape, but he was not someone who would close his eyes and wait for death. His heart was already beating rapidly in his chest, waiting for the blood Shura to reach him to trigger a self-explosion. A strange howl suddenly cut through the sky. Yin Xianchu suddenly looked up and saw that a door had suddenly split open in front of him. A pair of familiar flying swords shot out from the door and slashed towards the void. Clang. A strange long sword appeared in front of Yin Xianchu for the first time. It was blocked by the thin flowing water sword in front of Yin Xianchu. At the same time, that strange howl also seemed to cut through the restraints of space and stab towards the back of Blood Shura's head. Blood Shura looked extremely panicked at this moment. He stood there, unable to move, and the expression on his face had already frozen. Splash! The netherwater sword flashed and disappeared, but it split open a pool of water. Dozens of feet away, Blood Shura revealed itself and was about to retreat quickly. However, its appearance did not seem to be unexpected by those who had rushed to help. A white light had already shot towards it the moment it appeared. Blood Shura could not dodge in time. The white light sank into its body and seemed to freeze everything in its body. Kill! A small person suddenly appeared in front of Blood Shura's face. The azure willow sword on its back was pulled out and stabbed directly into Blood Shura's head through its eyes. Chapter 1006. Yin Xianchu had narrowly escaped death. The thin water-flowing sword in front of him was shaking its head and wagging its tail, as if it was greeting him. Yin Xianchu spat out a mouthful of blood and looked around, but still did not see Lu Ping appear. He could not help but curse and said, "It's actually teleporting the sword through space. Isn't this a space magic that only mid-Dharma adepts can control?" Immediately after, Yin Xuanchu's gaze turned to the small figure in the distance that was about a foot tall, but looked exactly like Lu Ping. It was Lu Ping's avatar, Lu Xiaoping. Lu Xiaoping obviously understood what Yin Xianchu had said earlier. He made a face at Yin Xianchu and then sheathed the willow sword in his hand into the scabbard on his back. He put his left thumb and index finger in his mouth and whistled loudly. The thin water-flowing sword vibrated and immediately circled around in the direction that Lu Xiaoping's right hand was pointing in. Yin Xuanchu's heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that there was an opponent hiding nearby? But he saw that Lu Xiaoping suddenly jump up, and when he landed, he happened to be standing on the thin water-flowing sword. At this moment, the two swords formed a pincer attack from both sides. With a clang, the strange invisible flying sword that Yin Xianchu had seen earlier was once again hit by the thin water-flowing sword. But immediately after, it hit itself again. Yin Xuanchu's face was filled with joy. It was actually that invisible companion's spiritual treasure. Yin Xianchu did not care about his own injuries and was about to go forward to help. Unexpectedly, he saw two rays of green light suddenly shoot out from Lu Xiaoping's eyes. In an instant, he found the location of the hidden sword and leaped forward, his hands seeming to grab onto something. The hidden sword revealed itself again, but this time, it was grabbed by the hilt by Lu Xiaoping's small hands. The hidden sword was carried by the hidden sword in midair, and the little person swayed as he hung on the hilt. At this time, the thin water-flowing sword also came forward to attack again, to completely suppress the hidden sword. Just as Lu Xiaoping and the dual flying swords worked together to suppress the invisible flying sword, the sky above the place where the water Shura had fallen once again split open. A three-legged wine cauldron rushed out of the opening. A whirlpool of light appeared at the mouth of the cauldron, and the wine cauldron swallowed more than half of the dissipating essence of the fallen water Shura. A little girl suddenly leaned against the side of the wine cauldron and peeked her head out. She smiled at Yin Xianchu and shook her head. Then, the wine cauldron slowly turned and once again entered the pitch-black spatial crack and disappeared. The spatial crack also slowly closed up. On Soundwave Island, just as Yin Xianchu had been injured by the blood Shura and was on the verge of death, the island protecting formation that Qi Lianying was presiding over was finally broken by the attacks of another blood Shura and more than 100 Mara. Qi Lianying knew that the island was only able to hold on until now because of the power of the island's protective formation. Although there were nearly 10 core forging realm cultivators on the island, most of them were at the early and mid-stage core forging realm. In the face of the White Jade Devil led by Blood Azura, Soundwave Island was almost defenseless. Why would this group of Mara take a fancy to a small island like Soundwave Island? A great Shura rushed towards Qi Lianying, the companion magic treasure in its hand carrying the power of a forward charge towards Qi Lianying. Qi Lianying snorted coldly. Her sleeves stirred up a curtain in midair. The companion magic treasure was hindered layer by layer under the curtain. In the end, the power of the magic treasure was dissolved. Then, the pair of sleeves flipped up, forming a curtain wall that enveloped the Great Shura. The Great Shura rushed left and right, but the magic treasure in its hand was useless no matter where it hit. It could not break through the curtain wall. The Great Shura had never encountered such a strange situation. For a moment, it was very anxious. It raised its head and roared, beginning to call for help from its companions. Qi Lianying's face was as gloomy as frost. A pair of short swords appeared in her hands along her sleeves, and then she rushed into the curtain wall with them. The sleeve sword was a magic power that Qi Lianying had practiced. Now, she had used this magic power in such a way that it was as if she was in a maze. A moment later, a scream came from within the curtain wall. The Great Shura, who was equivalent to a late core forging cultivator, had died under Qi Lianying's two swords. The curtain wall turned back into two sleeves, shrinking back into Qi Lianying's sleeves and disappearing. When she looked up, the entire Soundwave Island was already filled with the sounds of fighting, and from time to time, the screams of Soundwave Island's cultivators could be heard. Although Soundwave Island was not her foundation, it was the result of decades of hard work. It was also something she had entrusted to him. Now that it was so easily destroyed, she could not help but feel sad. But she also knew that there was nothing she could do now. Even if she could kill a Great Shura, there were a total of 20 to 30 Great Shuras besieging Soundwave Island, not to mention that there was still a Blood Shura that had yet to make a move. Escape only by escaping would there be hope. If all else failed, she could only go to the North Sea to find him. Ji Xianxian and the others had already mentioned Lu Ping to her several times. She knew that he was now at the Dharma manifestation stage and was a rising star in the cultivation world. Lu Ping had once promised to bring her to the North Sea to unravel the mysteries of her life. She had already guessed that this might not be a difficult matter, Because no matter if it was In Xianchu or Ji Xianxian, when they saw the spell she cast, they both revealed the same look of surprise. However, when they heard Mei Tianqin's name, the two of them simultaneously chose to remain silent. It was as if the two of them were also confused, as if they knew something, but they weren't too clear about it. They were even more unwilling to touch upon such a taboo topic. A scream came from afar, causing Qi Lianying to stop in her tracks. More than 100 feet away, a cute teenage girl was lying on the ground. The magic tool in her hand was already scattered, and Ashura was laughing sinisterly as it pounced towards the girl. Qi Lianying was furious, and the short sword in her hand shot towards the Shura. Unexpectedly, it was blocked by an ice wall that suddenly rose midway. An ice Shura walked down from the ice wall, and behind it, ice owls rose and flew towards Qi Lianying. Qi Lianying was anxious to save the girl, but the dozens of ice owls suddenly exploded when they flew in front of Qi Lianying. Countless ice needles blocked all of Qi Lianying's escape routes. Qi Lianying had no choice but to spin her sleeves into a whirlpool, sucking in all the ice needles that filled the sky and crushing them. But at this time, there was no time to save the little girl. She directed all her anger towards the ice Shura, but only then did she realize that she had already fallen into the encirclement of 4 great Shuras. Clearly, they were companions that the Shura that had died in Qi Lianying's hands had lured over. Qi Lianying's heart sank even more. Given the situation before her, even whether she could escape was a problem, let alone save the girl. At this time, a long cry suddenly sounded from the sky. Qi Lianying looked up and saw a majestic blue phoenix suddenly swooping down from the sky. The Shura that had bent down to bite the girl's neck was instantly torn to pieces by the blue phoenix's sharp claws. Sister Qin, ugh. The girl cried tears of joy and reached out to the blue phoenix that was circling again. It's Lu Qin, he's here. Qi Lianying was momentarily distracted, and a wood Shura behind her took the opportunity to whip her back. Smack! A bloody gash directly reflected on Qi Lianying's back. Qi Lianying grunted in pain, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She turned around and shot the short sword in her hand at the wood Shura behind her. The other 3 Shuras went forward to receive her, and they attacked Qi Lianying from different directions. For a moment, Qi Lianying was surrounded by danger. A cloud suddenly fell from the sky, and then turned into a golden rock, which pounced towards Qi Lianying. Then, Qi Lianying seemed to be wearing a colorful robe made of auspicious clouds, and a rock that was spreading its wings and about to take flight looked very lifelike. The combined attacks of the Shuras landed on Qi Lianying, but only a few of the auspicious clouds imprinted on the robe were scattered. As the clouds gathered and dispersed, Qi Lianying was not injured at all. Qi Lianying was overjoyed. After Ji Xianxian came to Soundwave Island, she had asked about Lu Ping's recent situation in detail and learned that Lu Ping had 2 great spiritual treasures, one of which was the Golden Rock Cloud Sail. The Golden Rock auspicious cloud robe that she was wearing now was obviously transformed from that cloud sail. Without any worries, Qi Lianying did not care about the continuous attacks from the other 3 Shuras. The short sword in her hand was hidden in her sleeves, and she only cared about the wood Shura that had whipped her just now. Wu Yen was now also a core forging cultivator, but he knew his own ability. It was already a blessing from the heavens to be able to advance to the core forging stage and have an extra 200 to 300 years of lifespan. In this life, his cultivation would probably not be able to advance even an inch. However, at this time, looking at the 7 or 8 minor repairs Shuras in front of him, he was a little envious of Hong Ying and Yi Byuki. Hong Ying was currently preparing to condense a heaven and earth spiritual object to advance to the mid-stage of the core forging stage, while Yi Byuki was already at the 4th stage of the core forging stage. He was almost the strongest in the entire island apart from the 3 vice island lords. If he had the cultivation of the 2 of them, he could fight the current situation head-on. Even if he failed, he would have a chance to escape. However, facing the siege of 7 or 8 minor repairs Shuras that were only equivalent to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, Wu Yen actually felt powerless. His death was not to be regretted, but behind him was the treasure vault of Soundwave Island. All the resources accumulated over the years were in this treasure vault. More importantly, there was Wu Yan's own pair of children in the treasure vault. Deputy Island Master Ji had once said that his son and daughter were qualified to enter Zhenling's sect. In the future, they might even have the chance to become Zhenling's sect's inner sect disciples. He, Wu Yan, had already reached the end of his life, but no matter what, he had to fight for his son and daughter. The 7 or 8 minor repairs Shu Ras obviously did not expect that although the human cultivator in front of them was only at the core forging stage, he was actually like a silver spear tip made of wax. He could not even withstand the siege of several people. Although the door behind this human cultivator was sealed, the aura inside could not be hidden from the Shu Ras who were born to devour spirits. Faced with the temptation, they could no longer resist and began to move restlessly. Wu Yan tightly held a medicinal pestle in his hand. This was a magic treasure that his master had given to Hong Ying. Now that Hong Ying had no use for it, he gave it to him. This was the only life-saving item on him. The 7 or 8 minor repairs Shu Ras shouted and rushed towards him. Wu Yan's eyes were bloodshot. The feeling of impending death forced him to howl loudly to boost his courage. The medicinal pestle in his hand crazily smashed towards the minor repairs Luo Lun. The 7 or 8 minor repairs Shu Ras suddenly howled in horror. Wu Yan did not understand what was going on, so he used the pestle to smash the heads of the 7 or 8 minor repairs Luo Lun in the blink of an eye. Wu Yan leaned on the medicinal pestle and bent over on the ground, panting heavily. He looked in disbelief at the 7 or 8 Shu Ras that he had smashed. Only then did he suddenly realize, why didn't those Shu Ras fight back? Chapter 1007. The same scene was playing out all over Soundwave Island. Hong Ying was being beaten by a great Shura and was running away like a rat. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly found that the vines in the surrounding forest were wrapping around the great Shura's body from all directions. This great Shura was also a wood Shura. Seeing this, it activated its innate magical power, wanting to fight the hidden enemy. However, it suddenly found that the grass, trees, bamboo, and vines that it used to command like an arm were not listening to it at this time. It seemed that there was a higher level of power above it, causing the grass, trees, bamboo, and vines to be dismissive of its innate magical power. The great Azura was quickly entangled. At this time, it already knew fear. It wanted to use the wood escape technique to escape, but at this time, it seemed that the wood escape technique had lost its effect. This time, it really panicked. By now, how could Hong Ying not know that someone was secretly helping him? One of the magic treasures in his hand flew out and struck the wood Azura. The wood Azura struggled with all its might and howled in despair, but none of that could save its fate. Hong Ying killed the wood Shura in one blow. He quickly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said to the surrounding people, "May I ask who helped me?" Hong Ying is very grateful. A little girl stuck her head out from behind a huge tree and coldly glanced at the red eagle. Then, she hid behind the huge tree again. The red eagle stared blankly for a moment, only seeing a blooming pink peach blossom on the little girl's head. Yi Buki was now an expert at the 5th level of the core forging realm. His aptitude was far above that of Wu Yan and Hong Ying. Later, he was appreciated by the deputy island master, Yin Xianchu, who gave him some pointers. Naturally, his cultivation level rose all the way. However, 3 of his 5 sworn brothers failed to make it through the bottleneck of condensing their gold cores and eventually died of old age. The other 2 managed to condense their gold cores with the help of Yu Jiangrui and Yin Xianchu, but their strength was only slightly stronger than Wu Yan's. It was wishful thinking for them to advance further. After the chaotic battle on the island, he didn't know where they were now or if they were still alive. At this moment, a great Shura suddenly rushed over from the opposite side. Yi Buki was shocked. Just now, he had escaped from a great Shura equivalent to the late core forging realm, but the strength of the great Shura in front of him was obviously above that of the previous one. Yi Buki's heart could not help but sink. He crossed the 2 water-splitting spikes in his hands. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I'm going all out." Then, he used all his strength to charge at the Azura in front of him. The great Shura looked very anxious. A crescent moon saber appeared in his hand and suddenly slashed toward Yibuki, who was rushing over. With a crisp clang, the two water-splitting thorns were smashed away. They penetrated through several huge trees before they could offset this huge force. Finally, they stopped on a huge tree that was 3 feet thick. Yibuki, on the other hand, was thrown several feet back by this huge force. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. At this time, Yibuki suddenly realized that the great Shura in front of him was not coming for him. Looking at its panic, it seemed to be running for its life. Yibuki, who was in midair, tried his best to look behind the great Shura, but he just happened to see a teenage boy holding a halberd that was far taller than him chasing from the forest behind him. Taking advantage of the moment when the great Shura was blocked by Yibuki, the boy caught up to it and slashed at the great Shura's back with his halberd. The late core forging realm. Yibuki looked at the boy in front of him. When the boy slashed with his halberd, the strength of the late core forging realm burst out from all over his body. His eyes bulged and he even forgot about the injuries on his body. Madame Du was looking for her daughter. With the help of Lu Ping, although she had temporarily recovered her core forging realm cultivation, it was still a body that she had taken over. She could forget about her original late core forging realm cultivation. Moreover, she could not use many of the Fox clan's techniques in the present. However, what worried her the most was her daughter, Du Jiawei. Du Jiawei was Du Jialuo's half-sister. Du Jiawei was now in the late blood condensation realm. Because she had the Fox clan's bloodline, she could take human form at the late blood condensation realm. Du Jiawei became extremely rebellious after she took human form. In addition, Qi Lianing was very fond of Du Jiawei. Under her indulgence, the entire Listening Waves Island treated Du Jiawei like a princess. This further encouraged Du Jiawei to be unruly and willful. She even began to ignore Madame Du's words. This situation only changed after Vice Island Lord Ji Xianxian arrived. Ever since the little girl met Ji Xianxian, she had been pestering Ji Xianxian to practice puppet techniques. That day, when Mara besieged Listening Waves Island, Ji Xianxian took the risk to go to Jingzhe Island. The little girl refused to let him go. In the end, Ji Xianxian could only temporarily restrain her and leave. After the little girl broke free from the restriction, she disappeared. What Madame Du was most afraid of was that the little girl would recklessly rush out of the island to find Ji Xianxian. Madame Du was anxious to find her daughter, so she did not notice the abnormality that happened when she passed through the forest on the island. By the time she realized that something was wrong, several Azuras had emerged from the trees and the ground, surrounding her. Madame Du was greatly shocked. Her 10 fingers grew long nails and she brought out a horsetail whisk from her storage magic artifact. The horsetail whisk was somewhat peculiar. It was fluffy like a fox's tail. Truth be told, this horsetail whisk was a magic treasure forged from the tail of Madame Du's fleshly body after she had taken over the body. Madame Du's strength was at most at the early stage of core forging. Even though she had the experience of being at the late stage of core forging, it could only help her endure a little longer under the siege of Mara. Even so, Madame Du was still surrounded by a few Mara and was covered in wounds. The dripping blood further fueled Mara's rage. Soon, Madame Du suffered another heavy injury. Seeing that Madame Du was about to die here, a great Azura pounced towards Madame Du with a sinister smile. However, it suddenly tilted its neck back and used its hands to grab at the area below its neck. A rope had been strangled there at some point. The great Azura's body that was leaning forward suddenly flew backwards, and its head was separated midway. Then, there was an explosion in the air, and a whip shadow swept over once again. A devil Azura could not dodge in time and was whipped out of the black mist. It fell to the ground and twitched a few times before it could no longer move. Before Madame Du fainted, she saw a girl who was not much younger than her daughter holding a long whip in her hand. Every time the whip lashed out, Amara would be whipped away. The pair of short daggers in Lu Linger's hands danced up and down, but they only protected her whole body. Meanwhile, she was using her Ice Soul Divine ability. Every time she launched an attack in the air, a Shura or Xioma would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Every time an ice sculpture was formed, Lu Linger would chuckle proudly. But once Ashura dodged her Ice Soul divine ability, he would inevitably be chased by Lu Linger, who was full of anger. In the end, he would not stop until he was turned into an ice sculpture. Ling, father wants you to find Aunt Ing. Why haven't you gone yet? Lu Bai supported the unconscious Madame Du and walked out of the woods. But when she saw Lu Linger playing happily, her face immediately sank and she shouted unhappily. Although Lu Linger was naughty, she was very respectful towards her elder sister Lu Bai. Hearing this, she was very unhappy and said, I know. After that, she casually smashed a frozen devil Azura into pieces, then turned into a white light and disappeared. Yu Jiangrui no longer planned to escape. These years of comfortable life on Soundwave Island had made Yu Jiangrui no longer want to live a wandering life. More importantly, his lifespan was running out. Although Yu Jiangrui had reached the core forging realm through Lu Ping's core transferring secret technique, it was only a pseudo-core forging realm cultivation base. It couldn't even compare to Wu Yan's golden core, which was condensed using a secret technique. Yu Jiangrui's golden core wasn't even his. Although he was lucky enough to extend his lifespan by more than 100 years, the golden core in his heart space was gradually aging because it was not nourished by true essence. It was afraid that in a few decades, it would collapse. At that time, his life would also come to an end. Yu Jiangrui looked at his disciple who was running away with him in front of him. He laughed at himself. Not long ago, he was a pseudo-core forging stage cultivator, but now he had to run away with a late blood condensation cultivator. Tao, go by yourself. Master can't walk anymore. Sima Tao said without turning his head, Master, we are about to escape. As long as we leave Soundwave Island, these Mara may not chase us. Yu Jiangrui cast a glance at the few devils who had quietly caught up to him from afar and said with a smile, Actually, my lifespan has come to an end. Fortunately, you've already inherited all of my alchemy skills, so I can rest assured now. Sima Tao suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his master's words. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a huge force pushing him from behind. Sima Tao flew forward involuntarily. Sima Tao panicked. He wanted to stabilize his body in midair, but he found that the magic power around his body seemed to be confined and could not be used for the time being. When he turned his body with all his might, he saw that Yu Jiangrui had already rushed toward the few devil luos who were chasing behind him. A storage bag fell from the sky and smashed into Sima Tao the moment he landed. Sima Tao recognized this storage bag. It belonged to his master, Yu Jiangrui. Sima Tao grabbed the storage bag and dashed in Yu Jiangrui's direction. However, he suddenly saw his teacher's body turning into a ball of sparks, charging into the midst of a few devil luos and exploding. A wave of heat spread out, and even though Sima Tao was close to the opportunity, he was still sent flying. Master! Sima Tao struggled to get up from the ground, but he saw a few more Azuras rushing towards him from another direction. Sima Tao's hands ignited with 2 balls of fire. He howled and rushed towards Mara. He didn't even care about the accompanying celestial devices that had been thrown out of the hands of the Azuras. A huge tortoise shield suddenly appeared above Sima Tao, blocking all the incoming magic treasures. Then, several sharp blades suddenly extended out from the tortoise shield. The blades buzzed as they spun, slashing at the Maras that were charging at them. The few Mara tried their best to block the attacks, but to no avail. Even their celestial devices were sliced in half at the waist. Xiao Sima, do you still remember me? A tall, good-natured young man appeared in front of Xiao Sima and chuckled. Chapter 1008. Chu Hailan saw with his own eyes that Lu Ping had sent the thin stream sword, the cloud sail, and the Linglong wine cauldron through the air, using a technique that only mid-Dharma adepts could master. Also, a foot-long puppet had flown out with them? No, that was a body double. Chu Hailan, who was born and raised in the Green Sea Snakes, was naturally knowledgeable and had heard of the body double technique. It was said that this was one of the highest achievements in the art of puppetry. However, even after Lu Ping had sent out all these powerful treasures and spirit treasures, the blood Shura in front of him was still unable to gain any advantage over Lu Ping. Moreover, as the battle dragged on, Lu Ping seemed to be gaining the upper hand. What kind of monster was this? Even Chu Haitian, the strongest of the 3 generations of Green Sea Snake's adepts, was only as strong as this when he was at the early Dharma stage. The blood Azura was a fire Azura that was rarely seen in the overseas cultivation world. It looked like a fire spirit. Wherever it passed, sparks would be left behind, even in the air. It was as if it was going to burn through the space. This fire Shura's innate magical powers were extremely powerful. Since the start of the battle, Lu Ping had seen the fire Shura use at least 5 types of flames. Among them, there were 3 heaven-level spiritual fires and 2 high-level mystical fires, not to mention the other low-level fires. Both Lu Ping and Chu Halen's eyes lit up as they watched. Even the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash seemed to have sensed something and jumped up and down in the core space. It only calmed down after being slapped hard by the Dharma power of the dragon. Every blood Shura would have an extremely powerful accompanying spiritual treasure after becoming a blood Shura. These accompanying spiritual treasures came in all shapes and sizes, and their effects were often different. The accompanying spiritual treasure in the fire Shura's hand was obviously a treasure that could simulate all kinds of fire seeds in the world. However, Lu Ping's methods were not inferior to this fire Shura's. Although he did not have any handy spiritual treasures or treasures, Lu Ping could use his own magical powers to fight evenly with this fire Shura. It was not that Chu Hailan was unwilling to come out and help Lu Ping, but when Lu Ping arrived at Soundwave Island and found this strange fire Shura, he had the idea of capturing and killing it. He wanted Chu Hailan to hide in the side and block the Shura's path when it was ready to escape. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Chu Hailan did not appear on the battlefield, but hid in the void, ready to strike at any time. When Chu Hailan saw that Lu Ping had used up all his magic treasures and fought with this Shura with his bare hands, she secretly thought that it was still uncertain whether this guy could subdue the Shura, but he actually dared to ask her to watch from the side. However, the result gave Chu Hailan a new understanding of Lu Ping's strength. The battle between water and fire was originally a violent collision. The sea of fire and the monstrous waves fought in midair, dyeing the entire sky half fiery red and half eerie blue. The explosive roar was deafening. The 3 powerful great Shuras who were originally by the blood Shura's side were shaken by the battle between the 2, let alone coming forward to help. Lu Ping was greatly surprised. The fire Shura in front of him was clearly far more powerful than ordinary blood Shura. The spiritual treasure in its hand was always wrapped in flames, and its original appearance could not be seen. However, the type of flames was constantly changing. Even if Lu Ping used several kinds of magic, he still could not do anything to it. At this time, the fire Shura also felt that something was wrong. There had been no news of its 2 companions until now. After it broke the island's protective formation, a group of subordinates rushed to the island, but their breaths disappeared one by one from its divine thoughts. However, what it was most afraid of was the human practitioner in front of it. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he had endless magic skills. As a rare fire Shura in the overseas Mara tribe, it occupied a very special position in the Mara tribe with its own strength. Ordinary Mara of the same level were no match for it at all. However, the person in front of it was able to fight it so well, and as time went on, the fire Shura even felt a sense of weakness. However, the person in front of it was still like a raging sea, and the magic skills and spells in his hands were coming at it one after another. At this time, the fire Shura had the intention to retreat, but the opposite Lu Ping obviously would not let it go so easily. Lu Ping first raised his head to create a monstrous spirit wave, and then pushed with one hand. With the help of the blue wave skill, the half of the blue in the sky expanded rapidly and pressed on the other half of the fiery red sky. Not to be outdone, the fire Shura suddenly lit up a little spark in the void, and then the sparks counterattacked the blue wave skill with the momentum of a prairie fire. The sky was alternating between red and blue, and a large amount of water vapor was evaporating and then condensed into clouds higher in the sky. The clouds contained boundless spirit wave, and then turned into rain, falling down in the sunny sky. However, it benefited the fish, shrimp, seaweed in the sea, and the trees and flowers on the island. Lu Ping pushed forward with one hand and cast the art of cloud and rain, turning the fine rain into an offensive attack. Then he saw a fire tiger roaring through the dense rain and pouncing on Lu Ping. Lu Ping's eyes widened in surprise as he saw a fire tiger pouncing through the rain. Lu Ping could not dodge in time and was pounced on by the fire tiger. His whole body was turned into water in the fire tiger's mouth and then evaporated. Seeing that things were not going well, the fire Shura turned into a ball of fire and rushed toward the fire tiger. At this time, in the sea of fire formed by the fire Shura, a space door suddenly cracked open. The space that was about to collapse from the fire Shura's innate fire magic could be forcibly torn open by Lu Ping. Both the fire Shura and Chu Hailon, who was hiding at the side, were shocked. Lu Ping stepped out of the space door, and the surrounding flames licked at Lu Ping, but an invisible force spread out with Lu Ping as the center, clearing a distance of 10 feet. The fire Shura ran all the way through the rain curtain formed by the art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain. Its whole body looked a little weak, but when it stepped on the fire tiger, its whole body began to emit green flames again. Suddenly refreshed, it turned around and pounced on Lu Ping again. However, Lu Ping smiled and clenched his open palm tightly. The dark blue field created by Lu Ping, where the fire Shura stood, suddenly rolled up waves, and each wave turned into a water sword, stabbing at the fire Shura from all directions. Thousands snow sword art. The fire Shura looked a little panicked at this time. It had already seen that this was a trap set by Lu Ping, whose original purpose was to separate it from the companion's spiritual treasure that had turned into the fire tiger. That was why it rushed into the water field created by Lu Ping to meet the fire tiger. However, when it got in, it found that it was another trap. But after meeting the companion's spiritual treasure, the fire Shura was obviously much calmer. The fire tiger suddenly stood up and dismembered in midair, turning into countless fire ravens, fire scorpions, fire cicadas, fire rats, fire wolves, and fire sparrows. They rushed towards the water swords coming from all directions, wiping out the great magic sword art formed by flowing water in an instant. The fire Shura turned over and wanted to use the same method to fight back against Lu Ping, who had entered the fire field it had created earlier, but found that the flame fortress it had painstakingly created had long been extinguished by the art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain above Lu Ping's head. The fire Shura was shocked and was about to turn around and retreat, but it noticed that Lu Ping seemed to be moving again. When it turned around, it saw clouds of water gathering from all directions, with Lu Ping as the center, slowly forming a bigger and bigger cloud. The cloud stretched longer and longer until it entered the sea. Waves of seawater were sucked up along the cloud, turning the huge cloud into a real water tornado. After the dazzling changes of Lu Ping's fingers, the water tornado gradually began to twist and spiral. Finally, a head, horns, limbs, tail, and the scales that gradually formed on the surface of the water tornado appeared one by one, finally forming a strange water dragon that was dozens of feet long and 6 feet thick. The water dragon opened its mouth and hissed. A loud roar suddenly burst forth, and the flames around the fire Shura were extinguished in an instant. Fear appeared on its face, and even Chu Hailon, who was hiding at the side, felt a kind of palpitation at this moment. Fortunately, this feeling passed in a flash, and the huge strange water dragon had already rushed behind the fire Shura. Lu Ping didn't expect that the combination of the water manipulation scripture and the green Jiao sea disturbance scripture would be so powerful. As the fire Azura fled, he activated the spirit treasure in his hand and set up 12 fire walls and fire shields in a row. However, the water Jiao easily broke through all of the 12 fire walls and fire shields. Seeing that the situation was not good, the fire Shura combined with the companion's spiritual treasure in its hand and turned into a rainbow light to escape, but there was a soft snort in its ear, and suddenly there were countless fire snakes in front of it, colliding with the rainbow light. The rainbow light was broken, and the fire Shura staggered out of it, but saw a female practitioner standing in front of it. In the past, although the female practitioner was strong, she was definitely no match for the fire Shura. But at this moment of life and death, the person in front of it was the last straw to end its life. The huge water dragon rushed over and swallowed the fire Shura, who could not escape in one gulp. A fiery red light suddenly rolled down the water dragon's throat. The tens of feet long body of the water dragon began to shrink rapidly, and a large amount of water mist began to evaporate. At the same time, the water dragon's thick waist shrank. And with the consumption of the water dragon itself, the red light in its belly became dimmer and dimmer, until the water dragon was only 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, and there was only a red light the size of a bean left in its belly. Only then did Lu Ping wipe the sweat on his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. In this fight, Lu Ping did not have much of an upper hand and was purely using his strong real essence to exhaust the opponent to death. At this time, the real essence in his body was also greatly consumed. But at this moment, Chu Hailon suddenly made a move, and in mid-air, a few feet-long flame snake tongue stretched out, shooting towards the red light in the body of the fire dragon. Chapter 1009. Just as the fire snake's tongue was about to reach into the water serpent's abdomen and suck out the red light, the strange serpent suddenly swung its tail and extinguished the fire snake's tongue with a pop. Chu Hailon giggled and said, "Lu Daoyou's water attribute skills have reached the pinnacle. What's the use of this fire Azura's fire seed? Why don't you give it to me?" Although Chu Hailon was joking, her hands were not idle at all. She flicked her hands one after another, and each time a flame burst out, it formed a wriggling fire snake in the air and surrounded the strange serpent. Chu Hailon knew that this was the best time to gain an advantage from Lu Ping. If Lu Ping recovered even a little bit, she would no longer have the slightest hope. Although Lu Ping had used his abundant spiritual ether to exhaust a fire Azura to death, it also consumed a lot of his spiritual ether, but this did not mean that Lu Ping had no power to fight back. Seeing that dozens of fire snakes had surrounded it, the strange serpent opened its mouth and spat out a huge wave, extinguishing most of the dozens of fire snakes in front of it. Chu Hailon's expression changed, but she immediately noticed that the strange serpent, which was originally 30 feet long, had shrunk to another 15 feet after spitting out this mouthful of water. Her face was full of smiles again, and she said, "Why are you so stubborn? Why don't you give this fire seed to me, and I'll write off the favor you asked me to help earlier?" As she spoke, the remaining dozens of fire snakes had their heads and tails severed, but their severed bodies grew back into new fire snakes, once again surrounding the shortened strange serpent. Lu Ping smiled and said, "You really know how to pick a time. Are you sure that I don't have the power to fight back?" Chu Hailon's beautiful eyes flickered with suspicion, but when she looked at the flame that was still stubbornly flickering in the strange dragon's belly, she immediately regained her confidence and said, "You and I both know that this fire seed must be extraordinary. Even if we meet other fire Azuras in the future, we may not be able to obtain such a strange treasure. If we don't fight for it, we will regret it in the future." In the battle between Lu Ping and the fire Azura, the endless tricks that he used not only shocked the fire Azura, but also terrified Chu Hailon. However, she was unwilling to give up this fire seed that could simulate various forms of spiritual fire. "Fine, if you didn't intercept the fire Azura in the end, I would only be able to heavily injure it at most, and it would be extremely difficult to kill it. In this way, you do indeed have the qualifications to fight for it, but you're taking advantage of its misfortune." Chu Hailon smiled proudly and said, "If not, how would I dare to compete with you?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "That's right, if that's the case, just fight for it." Chu Hailon smiled and said, "You're an arrow at the end of its flight, and yet you still want to show off." After saying that, dozens of fire snakes pounced and fought with the strange dragon. Although the strange flood dragon's body was huge, it was formed from ordinary seawater that was infused with Lu Ping's true essence. Thus, it was innately inferior to the strange flood dragon. On the other hand, although Chu Hailon's fire snakes were petite, they were agile. Moreover, the flames that formed them were also extraordinary. The two were entangled in battle. Although the monstrous flood dragon relied on its powerful legs to extinguish more than 10 fire snakes, it was also greatly exhausted. In a short period of time, it was only 7 or 8 feet long, and the red light in its abdomen was becoming more and more obvious. From the beginning to the end, the two of them didn't attack each other. They only fought for the fire seed that was swallowed by Lu Ping's water jiao. This could be considered a fair method of competition in the cultivation world to avoid unequal distribution of spoils that could lead to vendettas. Seeing that she was about to succeed, Chu Hailan became more and more complacent. She kept smiling at Lu Ping, but her hands did not slow down at all. As she performed a series of incantations, sufficient spiritual vitality was constantly injected into the bodies of the fire snakes through the air under the guidance of her divine thoughts, making the attacks of the fire snakes more and more fierce. On the other hand, Lu Ping controlled the water snake with divine thoughts from beginning to end, and did not inject any spiritual vitality into it at all. Seeing that the water snake was becoming smaller and smaller under the siege of the fire snakes, Chu Hailan became more and more complacent, but Lu Ping appeared to be extremely indifferent from beginning to end, as if he did not care at all. However, the more it was like this, the less confident Chu Hailan felt. Although she had the upper hand and had been very proud of herself to provoke Lu Ping, in fact, she wanted to force out Lu Ping's hidden methods, so that she could be prepared. However, Lu Ping did not comply with her wishes. From beginning to end, it was a severely injured water snake that fought with her, not even injecting spiritual vitality into it. Could it be that he was really an arrow at the end of its flight? Even Chu Hailan herself did not want to believe this conclusion. But, with a splash, the water snake that had already shrunk to 3 feet could no longer resist the siege of the fire snakes. One of the fire snakes took the opportunity to swing its tail and smash the head of the water snake into a splash. The remaining 10 or so fire snakes burrowed into the body of the water snake that had lost its head. At the same time, the fire snake that had just disappeared reappeared and tried to suck in the body of the fire snake. Seeing that the fire seed was about to fall into Chu Hailan's hand, the headless water snake suddenly exploded, and the mist scattered in all directions, stirring up a wave. Although the force of the wave was not very strong, it just happened to block all of Chu Hailan's attacks. At this moment, there was a sudden whistling sound that cut through the air. Chu Hailan's expression changed, and just as she was about to move, she saw a small person appear in front of the fire seed. The small person grabbed the fire seed in his hand, and then stretched out his hand to pull out the willow sword on his back and slashed, severing the 10 or so fire snakes and the flaming fire snake's tongue in the air. This is cheating. Seeing that the fire seed in her hand was snatched away by Lu Xiaoping, Chu Hailan's face suddenly became angry. You have the help of an avatar? How is this fair competition? Lu Ping looked at the maddened Chu Hailan with a smile, and spread out his palm, and the Linglong wine cauldron drilled out of the space door and fell right into his palm. A little girl leaned on the side of the wine cauldron and made a face at Chu Hailan, and then immediately disappeared along with the wine cauldron in Lu Ping's palm. At the same time, the 2 flying swords also appeared from the space door, and after circling around Lu Ping twice, they also sank into Lu Ping's body. Chu Hailan's mood suddenly stagnated, and when she finally suppressed her anger with great difficulty, she said with great dissatisfaction, "What, do you still want to threaten me?" Lu Ping said slowly, "Don't forget that when you attacked just now, my true essence was greatly depleted. You can be said to be taking advantage of my misfortune. Since that's the case, why can't I join the battle with my avatar? Don't forget, from the beginning to the end, I did not inject a trace of Zhen Yuan into the water dragon. Everyone just relied on their own ability." Chu Hailan angrily shook her hand. "Anyway, the fire seed is already in your hands. Naturally you can do whatever you want." Lu Xiaohai smashed the head of a great Azura with a hammer, and then flew out the other copper hammer, smashing 3 minor repairs Azuras in a row, and looked around, but there were no more Azuras in his field of vision. The giant white-fronted tiger raised its head to the sky and roared, causing the entire Soundwave Island to tremble. "Oh, awesome! Awesome! Ooh. Damn Xiaohai, stop shouting. Who doesn't know that your voice is the loudest?" Lu Linger covered her ears with her hands, jumped out from the other side of Hearing Waves Island, and shouted at Lu Xiaohai from afar. Her sharp voice could not even cover the roar of the giant white-fronted tiger. Lu Xiaohai's voice was not only louder. Qi Lianying, wearing the golden rock cloud robe, walked behind Lu Linger and looked at Lu Xiaohai, who was waving a pair of huge copper hammers, and could not help but laugh. Is this the white-fronted tiger clan? It seems that these years, the number of monster clan followers under him has increased a lot. That shy little girl's background is not simple, right? Debeo came out of nowhere and said, "You mean the peach blossom little sister? You should have seen her. Do you remember the spirit monster peach tree that boss obtained?" Qi Lianying was surprised. The spirit monster peach tree? She also transformed? Isn't it said that it is the hardest for spirit monsters to transform? Debao proudly patted his chest and said, "Of course I had a fortuitous encounter." Following boss, who among us has less fortuitous encounters? Big Sistering, when have you ever seen a core forging stage spirit-seeking mouse? Qi Lianying giggled and said, "Other than you, I have not seen a core forging stage spirit-seeking mouse, but I have heard of a blood condensation stage spirit-seeking mouse called Little White." Debeo's face turned red and he said, "Big Sistering, who did you hear this from?" Then, as if thinking of something, Debeo gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, it must be the bastard friend of boss Ji Xianxian. Last time, this guy actually sneaked into the underground auction of Huangli Island and saw Little White, who had already swallowed the transformation pill, hosting the auction. After that, he wanted to take Little White away no matter what. In the end, if I did not invite sister-in-law over, this guy would have succeeded." When Qi Lianying heard Debeo mention Hu Lily, the smile on her face immediately disappeared. With how smart Debeo was, he was first-rate in observing people's words and body language. How could he not figure out what Qi Lianying was thinking? It was just that he deliberately said it this way, not without the intention of reminding her. Lu Ping slowly descended from the sky above Soundwave Island, and Qi Lianying stared blankly at Lu Ping. Seeing that the situation was not good, Debeo hurriedly said, "I will go check the treasury with that guy Win." After saying that, he dived headfirst into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Qi Lianying smiled at Lu Ping, who had landed in front of her, and said, "Fortunately, you came in time, or your foundation would only be left with a deserted island." Lu Ping smiled and said, "As long as I'm here, this island is lost. It's not a big deal. It's just 3 blood Azuras. Why would they cause such a huge commotion?" Qi Lianying also shook her head strangely and said, "I don't know either. This siege came suddenly, without the slightest sign. If it wasn't for Xuanchu's vigilance, I'm afraid that even the island's protective formation would not have been activated in time." Lu Ping turned his head to look into the distance and said, "The battle here is in full swing. Logically speaking, the cultivators of the 3 families island on the 2 nearby islands should also know about it. However, when I looked from the sky above Soundwave Island, it was lifeless there. Did they also encounter a great calamity?" Chapter 10:10. A ray of light flashed, and Yin Xianchu descended from it. "How is it?" Lu Ping asked. Yin Xuanchu's expression was ugly. He shook his head and said, "They're all dead. All the cultivators on the island have turned into dried corpses. The spirit veins have disappeared, and their storage artifacts have been shattered. Not a single item containing spiritual qi is left. Many cultivators had lifeless eyes when they died. Clearly, they were devoured by a demonic cultivator. Sure enough, it's not just Soundwave Island that's being besieged. Fortunately, Soundwave Island withstood the siege, while the other 2 islands have fallen." Qi Lianying said doubtfully, "That's not right. If the other 2 islands were also besieged, Mara's attack on Soundwave Island would have been blocked. They should have come to help. How come?" Lu Ping had a bad feeling in his heart. He suddenly raised his head and said, "The middle-sized spirit stone vein on the nameless island is most likely dead." Qi Lianying said, "I'll send someone to investigate." Lu Ping stretched out a hand to stop them and said, "Both of you are injured. Besides, if the spirit stone mine on the nameless island is really occupied by Mo Luo, the rest of us will only be courting death if we go there. Let's heal our injuries first." Lu Ping whistled toward the forest in the distance. A green wand soared into the sky and flew out of Soundwave Island toward the nameless island in the west. Not far away, Wuyin, Honging, Yi Buki, Madame Du, and her daughter, Du Jiawei, all came to greet Lu Ping. Lu Ping encouraged them one by one and arranged for them to first restore the island's protective formation. Then, he counted the losses and comforted and compensated the families of the injured and fallen cultivators. Yin Xianchu had already disappeared after getting some healing pills from Lu Ping. Lu Ping and Qi Lianing returned to the cave residence that Qi Lianing had always kept for Lu Ping. Lu Ping's cave abode was the source of the entire spirit vein on Tingtao Island. Now, the density of the spirit qi here was close to that of a mid-sized spirit vein, which was obviously the result of Qi Lianing's painstaking efforts. Lu Ping looked at Qi Lianing's delicate face. He didn't know what it looked like under the seal. He sighed and said, "You are still injured. Rest for a while. You will be in charge of everything on this island. I won't be staying here for long." Qi Lianing's face darkened. "These injuries are nothing. With the protection of your Dharma treasure, I didn't get injured again." Lu Ping nodded and said, "This time, I came to the East Sea under the orders of an elder of the sect to kill someone. I'm afraid I'll have to leave soon." Lu Ping paused. Qi Lianing stared at his face, so Lu Ping had no choice but to continue, "I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you to the North Sea for a while. I wonder how much of your memory has been restored. Should the seal on your face be removed now?" Qi Lianing touched her face and smiled. "Ever since I woke up, the first person I saw was Aunt May. This face has been with me for more than 100 years. If it suddenly changes, I'm afraid even I won't be able to tell which one is me." The two looked at each other in silence. Qi Lianing suddenly smiled and said, "You, Yin Xianchu, and Ji Xianxian probably have some guesses about my identity, right?" Lu Ping was a little surprised. He then sighed and said, "Don't worry. Just return to the North Sea when the time comes. This may involve the grudges between the elders of the sect, but Zhenling has me to protect you. Even Martial Granduncle Tianxiang won't let you suffer any grievances." A smile flickered in Qi Lianing's eyes. She said, "That's not necessarily true. If Mysterious Fox Sage comes to trouble you, what will you do?" Lu Ping was dumbfounded. The news that Lu Qiner sent back was very fast. "The nameless island has been occupied by Mara. There's a bloody Mara's aura on it, so I don't dare to go near it. However, the Mara there is moving on a large scale. Groups of Mara are flying towards the North Sea." After receiving the news, Lu Ping called for Yin Xianchu and Qi Lianing. At the same time, he also called for Wu Yan, Hong Ying, and Yi Buki. He originally wanted to call Yu Jiangrui, but he found out that Yu Jiangrui had died in order to save his disciple. His disciple was none other than the Sima who wanted to learn alchemy under Lu Ping. Lu Ping told everyone the news that Lu Qiner had received. He said, "Qiner's news has confirmed my guess. Mara is moving north on a large scale. The Nameless Island, Soundwave Island, and 2 of the 3 islands that are occupied by the 2 forces happen to be on the route of Mara's advance. That's why they were destroyed." Yin Xianchu also realized something at this moment. He said, "Could it be that Mara is moving north on a large scale because of the giant spirit stone veins and large spirit stone veins in the depths of the fallen secret realm near the Phantom City?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "Other than the temptation of these veins, I really can't think of anything else that could attract Mara to move north on a large scale." Just as Lu Ping said this, he suddenly sensed something in his divine will. At this moment, Qi Lianing and Yin Xianchu also sensed something. Almost at the same time, they waved their hands, and 2 telepathic swords flew into the cave. After the 2 of them checked the contents, Yin Xianchu gestured for Qi Lianing to speak first. Qi Lianing nodded and said in a low voice, "I just received news that Mara is moving north on a large scale. Almost half of the islands under the Northern Alliance's control have been wiped out, and there are many casualties. It is said that at least 7 or 8 Dharma adepts of the Northern Alliance and its affiliated forces have fallen, including 2 mid-Dharma adepts." Everyone's hearts sank. Lu Ping frowned and said, "How can the Northern Alliance be so weak? Half of the islands have been taken down. How is this the performance of a large sect? Mara's large-scale northward is not aimed at the Northern Alliance. As long as the island's protective matrix is strong, I think Mara will not delay his purpose of moving north because of attacking these islands. How can they suffer so many casualties? Qi Lianing looked at Lu Ping and said, "These years, although the Northern Alliance is still known as the second largest sect in the East Sea, the internal affairs of the Northern Alliance have been unstable. There are often rumors of internal strife among the high-level adepts, and there are even rumors that the Northern Alliance may split up. The subordinate forces of the Northern Alliance have also formed their own cliques and are in a state of disunity. This time, they have suffered such heavy losses." Lu Ping did not dare to believe it. The existence of the Northern Alliance in the East Sea was a sect with a long history. How could it have fallen to such a state in just a few hundred years? Lu Ping turned to look at Yin Xianchu. Yin Xianchu said, "I have news from the Overturned Seas sect. The entire Overturned Seas sect seems to be retreating towards the north of the fallen mystic realm." Lu Ping suddenly stood up and said, "I have to return to Jingzha Island immediately. I will leave everything on Hearing Waves Island to everyone. Set up the island protecting formation as soon as possible, then activate the illusory formation to hide the entire Hearing Waves Island. Although this will consume a lot of energy, as long as we don't attract the attention of Mara, I believe that Hearing Waves Island will not be discovered. However, do not remove the illusory formation before the teleportation formation between Hearing Waves Island and Jingzha Island is opened. I believe that Mara's large-scale invasion of the north will end soon, and the crisis will be resolved by then. Also, do not provoke the Spirit Stone Mine on the Nameless Island. Even if Mara's large-scale invasion is aimed at Phantom City, this mine will still cause a portion of Mara to stay there." Lu Ping said and was about to leave Soundwave Island. But unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the cave dwelling, a little girl stopped him and said, "Junior greets Uncle Tian Ping." Lu Ping was a little confused by the uncle. He looked at the little girl and suddenly understood. "You are Du Jialuo's sister, the little fox demon?" The little girl was happy to see that Lu Ping still recognized her. "My brother is Du Jialuo. He is now your disciple. But my name is Du Jiawei." Lu Ping thought that Du Jiawei wanted to ask him about Du Jialuo. He said, "Little fox demon has grown up. Not bad. You are in the late blood condensation stage and have a solid foundation. But your brother is now in the core forging stage. You have to work hard. Don't let him fall too far behind." Unexpectedly, the little girl shook her head and said anxiously, "I've already heard about you from Brother Xian Xian. I just want to ask how Brother Xian Xian is doing now. Has he been injured by that blood Shura?" Lu Ping almost choked to death by the words Brother Xian Xian. He finally suppressed the churning in his stomach. When he turned around, he saw that Yin Xianchu, Qi Lianing, and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. He cursed Xian Xian in his heart. But he still said in a pleasant tone, "Don't worry. That guy's life is very tough. He won't die. He will be back after a while." Seeing that Du Jiawei had left happily, Lu Ping waved at everyone and disappeared in a flash. When Lu Ping left Soundwave Island, Lu Qiner let out a long cry and circled the island twice. Seeing that the island's protective formation had been reactivated, it slowly turned transparent. The entire island was hidden from the sea. Only then did it carry Lu Ping in the direction of Jingzha Island. Chu Hailan was temporarily left behind by Lu Ping on Soundwave Island. When Lu Ping flew over Nameless Island, he suddenly sensed Jade Shura's aura. Both sides retreated as soon as their consciousnesses came into contact. They seemed to be afraid of each other, but also seemed to have their own motives. They did not want to fight each other at this time. Lu Ping sat cross-legged on Lu Qiner's back, holding a formation plate in his hand. His inner yuan communicated with the power of space and slowly poured into the plate. There was another similar plate on Soundwave Island. This was a pair of teleportation matrices that were connected to each other. On the way to Jingzha Island, Lu Ping had to use the power of space to communicate with the matrices in his hand at all times. Only then would he be able to set up a teleportation matrix that connected the two matrices. This was the method of setting up a teleportation matrix. At the same time, it was the reason why a treasure ship was needed to set up a teleportation matrix from the overseas training world to the Central Plains. To set up a teleportation matrix, one had to personally experience the journey from the overseas training world to the Central Plains. Along the way, one had to use the inner yuan of a Dharma adept to communicate with the power of space. Only then would it be possible to set up a teleportation matrix that connected the two. Chapter 10-11. The setting up of the teleportation formation required a Dharma adept to carry a teleportation formation plate with him and communicate with the power of space along the way. Although this was not a problem for Lu Ping, the only problem was that the process could not be interrupted. Even so, Lu Ping was bored out of his mind, so he took out two of his biggest gains from his trip to Hearing Waves Island. The first was naturally the invisible flying sword that Lu Xiaoping had obtained after killing the water Shura. This flying sword was completely colorless and transparent. Only when it was attacked by other treasures and invaded by the opponent's inner yuan would it appear in different colors because of the opponent's inner yuan. Moreover, this hidden sword had excellent invisibility. No matter how one looked at it, its quality was better than the water spirit sword in Lu Ping's hands. It was just that this hidden sword was a companion's spiritual treasure. Although it had been saved after Lu Ping had killed the blood Shura, in Lu Ping's hands, it could only be used as an ordinary treasure. As for its invisibility effect, it could not be used at all. Lu Ping knew that this was because this companion's spiritual treasure had not been modified. This caused the hidden sword to treat all inner yuan other than the fallen blood Shura as an invasion from the outside. Therefore, after Lu Ping's inner yuan was injected into the sword, not only did the hidden sword lose its invisibility effect, it became a flying sword of blue and purple with a hint of gold. Lu Ping reached out and summoned the blue water spirit sword. He did not know if the two could be combined. If it was successful, perhaps the hidden sword's quality could be improved by another level. If the blood Shura's companion spiritual treasure had only been modified, no matter how good its quality was, it could at most survive the first thunder trial and become a first-class spiritual treasure. To survive the second thunder trial, the spiritual treasure's quality had to be improved again. If this invisible hidden sword could be combined with the water spirit sword, although its quality would definitely be greatly improved and it would not be a problem to survive the first thunder trial, it would be difficult to say for the second thunder trial. The second treasure was naturally the Fire Azura's fire seed that even Chu Hailan didn't hesitate to fight over with Lu Ping. Lu Ping had thought he was lucky enough to get two primordial spirit treasures at once, but the Fire Shura had died and only the Origin Tinder was left behind. The companion spiritual treasure that Lu Ping was looking forward to didn't actually have the ability to simulate various spirit fires. It could only greatly increase the power of various fire god arts that Fire Azura cast. The Fire Shura's attack was strong enough, but the accompanying spiritual treasure in its hand was strictly an auxiliary spiritual treasure, not an offensive one. The treasure that could simulate various forms of spirit fires was the Origin Tinder left behind by the Fire Shura after its death. This Origin Tinder was actually like the Dharma form in a cultivator's core space, but compared to the primordial spirit treasure in Mara's hand, the origin in their bodies was more difficult to obtain. In this case, Lu Ping's luck this time was better than getting two primordial spirit treasures. The Origin Tinder was suspended in Lu Ping's palm, but Lu Ping did not dare to use his real essence to enter it, because Lu Ping's water attribute real essence would not only be repelled by the Origin Tinder, but would also be immediately damaged by the erosion of Lu Ping's real essence. Lu Ping had already tried it once, and the Origin Tinder, which was already dying, suddenly became even dimmer after coming into contact with Lu Ping's real essence. Lu Ping thought about it and put the Origin Tinder on top of a spirit stone. Then, Lu Ping saw that the spirit stone began to melt like a candle, and the spirit chi contained in it was absorbed by the Origin Tinder, without the slightest leakage. The Origin Tinder absorbed the spirit stone in a flash, but because of the invasion of Lu Ping's real essence, the dim Origin Tinder still could not recover to its previous state. Seeing this, Lu Ping put 7 or 8 spirit stones under the Origin Tinder. After the Origin Tinder swallowed them one by one, The dim origin tinder seemed to recover a little. Lu Ping shouted. This was really a bottomless pit of spirit stones. If this thing really had many magical effects like before, who knew how many spirit stones it would take to support these magical effects one by one? Lu Ping pondered for a moment and made up his mind. He took out a top-grade spirit stone and placed it under the fire seed. The flame on the origin tinder, which had always been calm, immediately jumped. Lu Ping cursed inwardly, and his divine sense quickly invaded the flame. Suddenly, a flame appeared in the origin tinder, and under the control of his divine sense, the flame constantly changed. These were the 5 kinds of flames that Lu Ping had seen in the hands of the fire Azura. When Lu Qin carried Lu Ping to Jingzha Island, the time it took them was about the same as Ji Xianxian's wooden bird puppet. This surprised Lu Ping a little. Ji Xianxian was indeed a grandmaster puppeteer. But then again, when Lu Ping thought about it, Ji Xianxian had secretly kept a lot of good stuff for himself when he created his avatar. It wouldn't be right if the wooden bird puppet was slower. When Lu Ping met Tiankong Laozu had already known about Mara's large-scale northward march. Lu Ping was not too surprised about this. After all, Jinling had been operating on Jingzha Island for a long time. It would be unreasonable to say that there were no hidden forces in the East China Sea. Lu Ping handed the array disc in his hand to Taoist Xianpeng. The 2 third-generation disciples, Wei Xuanheng and Su Xianpeng, were old acquaintances of Lu Ping when he first entered Fei Ling Island. However, as disciples of Taoist Xian Su, they had been stationed on Jingzha Island and rarely returned to the North Sea. Therefore, they were not prominent among the third-generation disciples of North Sea Jinling. However, Lu Ping knew that the cultivation achievements of these 2 people were considered outstanding among the third-generation disciples of Jinling. Wei Xuanheng's cultivation had broken through the late core forging realm. He had sparred with Du Feng before. Although he was no match for Du Feng's murderous swordsmanship that he had honed over the years, his solid cultivation was still recognized by Du Feng. As for Taoist Xianpeng's cultivation, although it had fallen a little and he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the late core forging realm, Taoist Xianpeng was an array master. His attainments in arrays and prohibitions were not inferior to Black Fox's. It was only because Jingzha Island was isolated in the East China Sea that the island's protective array formation needed him to guard it. That was why he had been staying on Jingzha Island all this time. Otherwise, with Taoist Xianpeng's attainments in arrays, he would have been sent back to repair the treasure ship long ago. When Tiankong Laozu saw that Lu Ping had returned, he knew that the siege on Jingzha Island had been resolved, so he said, "You're back at the right time." From the current situation, this group of Mara is most likely heading for the Spirit Stone Mine in Phantom City. Phantom City has already sent out an edict, requesting all sects that have a share of the Spirit Stone Mine in Phantom City to send Dharma adepts there to help guard it. This is to prevent Mara from taking over the Spirit Stone Mine there. Lu Ping knew the importance of the Spirit Stone Mine there. After all, it was the only large Spirit Stone Mine in the hands of the humans overseas. In addition, there were 4 other branches that were also large mines. Such an important place was related to the supply of spirit stones to the entire overseas training world. Naturally, they could not afford to lose it, so he said, "Do you want me to go on behalf of our sect?" Tiankong Laozu shook his head and said, "According to our sect's share of the mine, we need at least 1 mid-Dharma adept to go this time. So this time, the old man will go personally, but you will have to follow him as well." Lu Ping did not ask for the reason and nodded directly. However, Tiankong Laozu explained, "You will go with the old man. The main reason is that after the various sects have received their share of spirit stones, you will escort them back to the sect." Tiankong Laozu paused, then smiled and said, "This time, Mara is heading north on a large scale, and all the sects are gathered in Phantom City. Although there is a good chance of protecting the 5 large spirit stone mines, we still have to be careful. In the past, every 5 years, the various sects would go to Phantom City to collect their share of spirit stones. One of the tasks of the old man guarding Jingzha Island is to collect the spirit stones there on time. This time, not only will they be distributed early, but they will also be mined in excess during the battle with Mara. At this moment, Lu Ping seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Senior uncle, do you think that Zhang Shi will also go to Phantom City this time? After all, the Blue Sea sect has a share of the mine there." Tiankong Laozu already knew the purpose of Lu Ping's trip to the East Sea this time. Hearing this, he thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to say. The Blue Sea sect's base in the perished land is a small island that is usually guarded by that little brat Dong Yun. At the last auction in Phantom City, our sect won a great victory and entered the top 5 of the medium-sized sects in one fell swoop, greatly increasing our share. The Blue Sea sect and Xianling sect both returned in defeat. Because Xianling sect has the support of the Crystal Palace, although their ranking dropped 1 place because of our sect, their losses are not that great. The Blue Sea sect, on the other hand, dropped 2 or 3 places. However, because of this, these 2 sects only need to send out 1 early Dharma adept." Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Since they want to retrieve the Spirit Stone Mine, it's hard to say if Dong Yun Laozu is thinking the same thing as you. If Zhang Shi is on the island now, I'm afraid Dong Yun Laozu will also ask Zhang Shi to escort the Spirit Stone Mine back first." Tiankong Laozu thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true. At this time, Mara is heading north, and the perished land is in a state of panic. I don't think Dong Yun will be at ease leaving the Spirit Stone Mine in the hands of a core forging disciple." Tiankong Laozu saw the killing intent flashing in Lu Ping's eyes. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I won't say anything about working together to defeat the enemy, old man. Although you have defeated him before, it's not easy to kill him. Moreover, the situation in the perished land is changing rapidly. Mara, humans, and demons are everywhere. It's better to be careful not to let others take advantage of the situation." Disciple will remember Martial Uncle's words. Lu Ping nodded, but then he seemed to have thought of something. He chuckled and said, "Grand Martial Uncle, we have a chance to get our hands on a mid-sized Spirit Stone Mine. Why don't we do something big first?" Chapter 10-12. Hearing Waves Island and Jolting Hibernation Island were originally connected by a teleportation formation. However, when Mara besieged Hearing Waves Island, he used the power of space to temporarily isolate the 2 teleportation formations. This was also a common method used by the 2 sides when they fought. First, they had to cut off the other side's reinforcements and escape routes. After Hearing Waves Island was breached, the teleportation formation was immediately destroyed, so Lu Ping had no choice but to reconnect the 2 teleportation formations. This time, Lu Ping's teleportation formation was clearly much better than the previous one. Previously, it was only a small teleportation formation, similar to the teleportation formation at the bottom of the sea outside Huanyu Island. It could only teleport 1 person at a time. This time, the number of people that could be teleported each time was increased. This way, even if Hearing Waves Island was in danger again, it would not be easy to isolate the teleportation formation again. Rumble. Under Taoist Xianpeng's control, the teleportation formation connected to Hearing Waves Island was finally opened. However, the moment the teleportation formation was opened, the entire teleportation formation plate was already suffused with the light of teleportation. Everyone was puzzled. Who was so impatient? Could it be that something happened on Hearing Waves Island again? After the light flashed, a little girl in her teens appeared in the teleportation formation. Ignoring the strange gazes of the surrounding cultivators, she opened her mouth and shouted, "Brother Xian, where are you?" The surrounding Jinling disciples looked at each other. Lu Ping held his forehead with one hand and thought, "Ji Xian, you scourge, even I can't save you now." Tiankong Laozu looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes slightly. He said, "Mixed human and demonic, fox bloodline. Ji Xian is so bold and has such high taste. Is he going to repeat In Xuanchu's mistakes again?" Lu Ping hurriedly said, "Grandmaster, please calm down. Perhaps he's just a child who doesn't know any better and can't be taken seriously." At the edge of the teleportation formation in the distance, Ji Xian practically leaped and ran. He arrived before Du Joe in a flash and said with a sullen face, "Little ancestor, why did you come here?" Who told you to come? Du Jiawei scoffed. I was worried about you. The surrounding Jinling cultivators could not help but laugh. As Ji Xianxian comforted the little ancestor, he repeatedly bowed to his fellow disciples and said, Didn't senior brother Tianping go to Soundwave Island? Doesn't that mean I'm fine? Xianpeng, Taoist Xianheng, and the others laughed as they turned to leave. Then, they heard Du Jiawei's voice coming from behind them again. How can you be at ease when he didn't see you? Aren't wives always so concerned about their husbands? Ahi. All sorts of strange laughter rang out. Even Ji Xianxian, who had always been thick-skinned, couldn't help but turn red at this moment. Let's go, let's go. I'll bring you back first. We can use the teleportation formation to leave. He knew Du Jiawei's identity and didn't dare to cause any trouble here. However, he heard Du Jiawei shake her head and say, No, I want to play here. This place is even bigger and more beautiful than Soundwave Island. Tian Kong Laozu's cold snort exploded in their ears. Not only Du Jiawei, even Ji Xianxian was shocked. When Du Jiawei looked around in confusion, Ji Xuanxuan's face turned green. He dragged the little ancestor to the teleportation formation. After a flash of white light, the two of them were already heading towards Soundwave Island. Lu Ping saw Tian Kong Laozu's ugly expression and cautiously said, It's just a child playing around. Martial granduncle doesn't have to mind. Tian Kong Laozu glanced at Lu Ping and said, Old man isn't blind yet. Why are there all sorts of people on that island of yours? You even have a bunch of demonic pets under your command. Aren't you afraid that one day someone will come looking for trouble? Lu Ping saw that the flames of war had implicated him and hurriedly smiled awkwardly without saying a word. Tian Kong Laozu didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he asked, You just said there's a medium-sized spirit stone vein? The East Sea Mara's large-scale march north had not only exceeded the expectations of the large and small sects of the East Sea, but even a colossus like the Northern Alliance had suffered heavy losses. At this time, almost all the sects of the East Sea had begun to gather their forces in Phantom City, preparing to resist the upcoming Mara army. After Mara passed through, the original large and small forces were either wiped out or driven away. Under the situation where the Northern Alliance was unable to recover, there was a huge gap in power. Originally, under the pressure of Mara's calamity, the major sects didn't have the heart to care about such a gap. However, the North Sea's cultivation world was an exception. Perhaps it was an extra favor from God for the North Sea's impoverished cultivation world. This time, the North Sea's calamity of Mara's calamity had been heavily damaged by the combined forces of the human and demon clans, alleviating the situation of the entire North Sea's cultivation world. After that, although Mara made a comeback, the momentum was no longer the same as before. If it had been any other sect, it would have been fine, as there was simply no spare manpower to send to the East Sea. However, this was not the case for Jinling. Including Xiang Lu Laozu, Jinling had 16 Dharma adepts on the surface. Just in terms of numbers, they were already no weaker than an ordinary large sect. Furthermore, all the Dharma adepts of Jinling knew that on Huangli Island, Lu Ping had also hidden a famous killer, Lei Laolu, who had just entered the Dharma stage. Before this person had entered the Dharma stage, he was already no weaker than the direct disciples of the major sections. No one knew how strong he was now, but people like Tian Shu and Tiansen Laozu were definitely no match for him. With so many Dharma adepts, even though almost all of them had their own duties, if Jinling squeezed for a while, perhaps 1 or 2 Dharma adepts could be freed up to help out. Hearing that Lu Ping wanted to plot against the mid-sized spirit stone mine on the nameless island, although Tian Kong Laozu did not agree on the spot, Lu Ping could still see that the old man was already tempted. The older generation of North Sea adepts had experienced the hardships of lacking spirit stones and spirit veins during their training. Almost no one could resist the temptation of a spirit stone mine. However, Lu Ping also told Tian Kong Laozu about the fact that there was a Jade Shura guarding the spirit stone mine. If there was a Jade Shura, then there would definitely be a blood Mara among her subordinates. It was just that the number of Mara's subordinates had yet to be investigated. Lu Ping would definitely not be able to do this alone. Even with the help of Tiankong Laozu and his mountain-splitting axe, he might not be able to do it. However, what would happen next was not something that Lu Ping should worry about. Tiankong Laozu would naturally communicate with the sect and plan everything. However, it would not take too long. After all, although Phantom City had set up layers of traps in the fallen Mystery Land to weaken the power of Mara's army, and Jingshi Island was not on the route of Mara's army, it would not take too long. If Mara's army really did arrive at Phantom City, then Tiankong Laozu would also have to rush over to defend it. After all, Junling had a lot of benefits there. In a secret room on Jingshi Island, Tiankong Laozu was already busy planning the spirit stone mine. Therefore, most of the spirit veins on the island had been drawn into Lu Ping's secret room. The battle with the Fire Shura was the most exhausting battle that Lu Ping had ever had. The inner yuan in his body had not yet fully recovered. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Ping could seize the time to train. Lu Ping took out the Linglong wine cauldron. The essence of the fallen water Shura came out and was quickly subdued by Lu Ping's inner yuan. He began to refine it. Ever since Lu Ping had advanced to the Dharma stage on Fei Ling Island, he had not put his heart and soul into training. Even so, in these few years, the Dragon Dharma power in Lu Ping's core space had grown by 2 or 3 feet, reaching a length of 7 or 8 feet. If other Dharma adepts knew about this, they would definitely say that it was impossible. In fact, even Lu Ping himself felt that it was a little unbelievable. However, when he saw the pure yang pearl that the Dragon Dharma power had been refining every day, and the pure yang essence that was hidden in the Dharma power's auspicious cloud, which had shrunk to half its original size, Lu Ping seemed to have found the reason. With the refinement of this essence, the inner yuan in Lu Ping's body did not completely recover. Even the Dragon Dharma power in his core space seemed to have grown by 2 inches. However, more of the essence was absorbed by the natal gentian formation that surrounded the Dragon Dharma power. Only a very small part of this essence was beneficial to Lu Ping's training. The rest was extremely helpful in improving the quality of treasures of the same element. On top of the 9th-ranked white jade lotus in his core space, there was a huge horn floating. This mysterious horn was something that Lu Ping had found in the deepest part of the West Wilderness Lake of the Sage Fallen. Lu Ping instinctively felt that this horn was very important. Although he had wanted Chen Lian to refine it into a treasure that he could use, after Lu Ping had advanced to the Dharma power stage, the Dragon Dharma power had directly taken possession of this item. Every time the Dragon Dharma power got tired of playing with the pure yang pearl in his core space, it would land on the white jade lotus to rest. At this time, the Dragon Dharma power would often raise its head and spit out a mouthful of essence toward the horn that was floating above the white jade lotus. This essence seemed to be refining the horn, but it also seemed to be sculpting it. In short, after a few years, the originally thick horn had shrunk by 1/3. However, the surface of the horn had become more and more lustrous. There seemed to be mysterious runes flowing on the surface of the horn. Lu Ping had carefully observed these runes before and found that they were very similar to the runes carved on the pure yang pearl. 3 days later, Lu Ping walked out of the secret room in high spirits. Not far away, he saw Tiankong Laozu, Lu Tianling, and Liang Tianfeng discussing something in low voices. When they noticed that Lu Ping had come out, they all turned to look at him. A flash of surprise flashed across Lu Ping's face. He hurriedly went up to greet Laozu, then looked at Lu Tianling and said, "Teacher, why are you here?" Lu Tianling smiled and said, "Now that the Dharma power adepts of our sect have their own duties, other than Brother Tianfeng who has temporarily rushed back from the Central Plains, it seems that only I, the sect leader, have the time to come." Chapter 10:13. Yin Xianchu was disheveled as he flew in the air. However, no matter how he used his concealment technique, the wind Azura behind him was always able to detect his tracks and quickly caught up to him. After this, he would go into seclusion. When he got the spirit forging pill that senior brother Tianping refined, he would definitely advance to the peak of the core forging realm and condense a 9th-grade golden core. Yin Xianchu made up his mind as he fled. He had suffered enough because of his insufficient cultivation, But he never thought that he would always provoke an existence that far surpassed his cultivation. Seeing that he was about to be caught again, In Xianchu had no choice but to say, "All right, this time it's up to you." The wind Azura obviously had the idea of capturing him alive. Seeing that he was unable to escape, it immediately went forward to grab In Xuanchu's shoulder. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a little person about a foot tall suddenly appeared on In Xuanchu's shoulder. He grinned at the wind Azura and pulled his right hand behind him. A 5-inch wooden sword was immediately unsheathed and slashed at the wind Azura's outstretched claw. There was a loud boom. Unexpectedly, the wind Azura let out a strange cry and suddenly withdrew his hand, only to find that one of his hands had already been pierced. When he looked up, In Xianchu had already taken the opportunity to escape. Lu Ping was discussing the situation of the East Sea with Tian Kong and Tian Ling when a decree suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Tian Kong Laozu held the decree in his hand and couldn't help but frown. He said, "Mara's army came very aggressively. The various forces of Phantom City set up 7 lines of defense on the path that Mara's army must pass through, but in just a few days, 4 of them have been broken through. They suffered heavy losses, and 2 Dharma adepts could not escape at the last moment and have already fallen." Lu Tianling's expression was also very ugly. Is Phantom City urging Uncle Master to go and participate in the defense again? Old Ancestor Heavenly Kong said, "That's right, the other party only gave us 3 days' time. Now, the cultivators of all the big sects in South Sea have already arrived one after another. If we are late instead, we will be criticized by others instead." Furthermore, when Illusionary Spirit City renegotiated the distribution of the sects previously, our sect's sudden rise had offended numerous sections. When the time comes, it's hard to guarantee that these sects won't hit us while we're down and settle the score later. Just as old Ancestor Tian Kang's voice landed, a sound transmission spell sword also passed through the island's protective formation. Lu Ping's divine will stirred and he stretched his hand out towards the spell sword. The spell sword then landed in his hand. Although there were several Dharma adepts on Hearing Wave Island now, as a precaution, they had also activated an illusory array like Hearing Wave Island. It was not easy for adepts below the Dharma stage to discover jolting hibernating island on the sea unless they had special secret techniques. After Lu Ping finished reading, he handed the sound-transmitting sword to Lu Tianling and said, "Things are not good. Xian Chu sent news that the Nameless Island not only has a Jade Shura guarding it, but there are also 4 Blood Mara subordinates. 1 is a Wind Shura, 1 is an Ice Shura, 1 is a Water Shura, and 1 is a Blood Demon. In addition, there are also dozens of Big Mara, and there are many small Mara." On the side, Tian Kong Laozu snorted coldly and said, "What? That little bastard Xian Chu is not willing to send the news himself? Must he use a sound-transmitting sword?" Lu Ping laughed bitterly to himself and said, "Wouldn't it be faster to send the news this way?" Tian Kong Laozu snorted coldly and stopped talking. Lu Tianling said, "This is a bit tricky. With Uncle Tian Kang's mountain-splitting axe, he can fight with the Jade Shura. As for the remaining 4 Blood Shura, Tian Ping should be able to defeat one of them one-on-one, but it's hard to say if he faces 2 of them. After all, when you killed the 2 Blood Shura on Hearing Waves Island, not only did Xian Chu hold them back, but you also had the help of Chu Hailon from the Green Sea Snakes. But with the strength of your Uncle Tian Feng and I, at most, we can fight to a draw with 1 Blood Shura each. Even so, the remaining dozens of Big Shura will be a difficult task." Liang Tianfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Junior sister, you don't have to cover for me. With my ability, it's fine if I fight with 1 Shura for a while, but I will definitely lose after a long time." Lu Tianling said, "It's a pity that Chu Hailon has already taken the only remaining cultivator of the AI family to the Carefree Pavilion. Otherwise, with his help, there might still be hope this time." Liang Tianfeng also said, "There are only 20 core forging cultivators on Jingzha Island. Xian Xian and Xian Chu are good fighters, and there are only 30 core forging cultivators on Hearing Waves Island. Even if this is a sneak attack, I'm afraid the odds of winning are not high." Tian Kong Laozu thought for a while and said, "Even if there is a chance of winning, we can't make a move. Are you willing to lose 20 out of 30 core forging cultivators? We can't fight recklessly unless it's absolutely safe. Liang Tianfeng smiled bitterly. Everyone was silent. At this time, Lu Ping said in a low voice, "Disciple is confident that he can hold off the three-headed blood Mara." Outside the Nameless Island, the cultivators on Zhenling and Hearing Waves Island had secretly gathered together. The few people in the lead were the second-generation cultivators, Spiritual Master Xian Su, Spiritual Master Xian Tong, Yao Yong, Du Feng, Xian Ling, Ji Xianxian, Yin Xianchu, Wei Xuanheng, and other late-stage core forging cultivators. Behind them were the cultivators from Jingzha Island and Hearing Waves Island. But at this time, the cultivators all turned their attention to a giant tortoise floating on the surface of the sea. On top of the giant tortoise, there were a few monster cultivators that they couldn't see clearly. Aside from the giant tortoise, the chubby young man, and the young girl dressed in cyan and red clothes, who Yao Yong and the others recognized as Lu Qin, De Bao, and Lu Ping's mount, the others looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. None of them knew who they were, especially the four with the highest strength. Not to mention Lu Qina, the other three were at the 8th stage of core forging, but their surging auras made Ji Xianxian secretly think that if he were to encounter any one of them, he would most likely lose. In the sky above the Nameless Island, Tian Kong Laozu and the others were floating in the air. On the island, Mara seemed to have sensed something and curled up in the spirit vein. Old ancestor Tian Kong opened his mouth and wanted to dissuade Lu Ping again, but after a second thought, he realized that even he himself couldn't see through Lu Ping's strength. Thus, he could only say, "You have to think this through. If 3 blood demons join hands, even I will have to retreat if I see them. Even if I have an avatar to help me, I will still have to act within my means. Your safety is of utmost importance to our sect. Not to mention one mid-sized spirit stone mine, even if it's 2 or 3, we won't exchange it." Lu Ping was touched and said, "Don't worry, martial uncle, I understand." Lu Tianling knew that his disciple always planned before he acted, and would never do something he wasn't sure of. Although he was surprised that his disciple had grown so much, he still said, "In that case, we have a chance of winning this time. I have the Thunder Spirit Whip, so I'll deal with the remaining Blood Shura. This way, senior brother Tianfeng can free up his hands to kill the late-stage core forging Big Mara first, and then help me break the stalemate." Seeing Liang Tianfeng nod, Lu Tianling continued to make arrangements. "This time, we're only going for the spirit stone vein. If you can expel the Mara inside, don't kill it, so as to avoid unnecessary casualties." Tian Kong Laozu took out the mountain-splitting axe, and the aura that he restrained suddenly surged toward the Nameless Island under his feet. He let out a long roar, and an unparalleled power with a strong sense of provocation rolled toward the Jade Shura hiding in the spirit stone vein. A roar that didn't want to be outdone sounded from underground, and the wind and clouds surged in the sky. A deep hole that seemed to have crossed an unknown space from underground reappeared in the sky, and a Jade Shura flew out of the door, rushing straight toward Tian Kong Laozu. The mountain-splitting battle axe in old ancestor Tian Kang's hand cleaved out, and the huge power forced the Jade Shura to temporarily dodge this full power strike. Old ancestor Tian Kong took the chance to circle around, and at the same time, he lured the Jade Shura far away from Nameless Island. Although the high-level Mara also had intelligence, it was still a lot lower than the humans and demons. After the Jade Shura was provoked by Laozu, the Mara in the spirit stone vein on the Nameless Island was also alarmed. 4 blood Mara rushed out of the ground at the same time, and the black clouds around the blood demon rolled, and a sharp roar spread out in all directions. "Not good, stop it!" Lu Tianling shouted, and at the same time he swung a whip in the air, and a few bolts of lightning struck toward the black clouds. Without waiting for Lu Tianling's reminder, Lu Ping also had a treasure in his hand, and he flew into the sky. Lu Tianling and Liang Tianfeng knew that Lu Ping had a 7-treasure thunder calabash, but this was the first time they had seen it. The mouth of the thunder calabash flashed, and a thick bolt of lightning fell. It split into 4 in the air, and 4 blood Mara were taken. At the same time, a golden rock flew out of Lu Ping's body, and clouds gathered after the rock flew past, forming a giant sail that covered the Zhenling and Soundwave Island cultivators behind Lu Ping and the others. The blood demon's soul-devouring magic was blocked by the golden rock circling above the clouds. Yin Xianchu, Ji Xianxian, and the others under the clouds only felt a sting in their ears, and then they were unaffected. The lower-level cultivators behind them only felt dizzy, and they only needed to use their divine will to wake up. Although at the level of the blood demon, normal lightning magic didn't have much of an effect on it, it was first attacked by Lu Tianling's lightning whip, and then the 7 treasure thunder calabash used another lightning magic. The 2 lightning magic were used in a hurry, but the people who used it were Dharma adepts. The blood demon didn't dare to take it head-on, and could only let out a strange cry, and a cloud of black fog quickly retreated. At the same time, Lu Ping's divine will rushed toward the blood demon like a flood that had opened the floodgates, and it brought up a gust of wind in the sky. However, the strange thing was that every time the surging divine will splashed like a wave, a layer of invisible but real flame would burn above the divine will. Chapter 10:14. Lu Ping's divine sense seemed to have frightened the blood demon. It retreated twice as fast as before. At the same time, a pale hand reached out from the pitch-black smoke and waved the staff in front of the Xiao-mo. The black smoke around the Xiao-mo rolled back and formed a black smoke shield around the Xiao-mo's body. The Xiao-mo's eyes widened, and the black smoke around the Xiao-mo immediately turned into a black smoke shield. Lu Ping's expression froze. This was the first time he had seen the blood demon use the accompanying spiritual treasure in its hand to cast a spell. The huge wave of Lu Ping's will collided with the shield, stirring up a violent wind that raged wildly in the sky. The layer of flame attached to the will burned the black fog shield with a chi-chi sound. It kept melting, but it was never able to burn through the shield. Instead, more and more black fog kept repairing the melted shield. Just as the other 3 blood demon clones were dispelling the attack of Lu Ping's 7 treasures thunder calabash, Lu Ping pointed his finger at one of the blood demon. With 2 crisp clangs, the thin water-long stream sword was unsheathed and attacked the blood demon from both sides. The blood azura was not afraid at all. It rolled up a gust of wind and clashed with the pair of flying swords. Amidst the chaotic clanging sounds, the magic weapons and spirit treasures of both sides had clashed hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lu Tianling's thunder spirit whip had already lashed at the other blood demon, and the 2 sides were soon in a mess. At this time, the remaining blood demon saw that Liang Tianfeng was the only Dharma adept left on the field, and it immediately rushed towards him with a grin. Unexpectedly, just as the blood demon was in midair, a little person about a foot in size suddenly jumped in front of him, stretched out his right arm, and shouted, "Unsheathe!" A 5-inch short sword shot out from the back of the little person and flew towards the eyes of the blood demon. The blood demon was caught off guard and let out a strange cry. He suddenly rolled in midair and narrowly avoided Lu Xiaoping's attack. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pushed forward, and a hidden force counterattacked. Lu Xiaoping screamed as he was hit by this hidden force and flew backward. However, his body was intact and did not suffer the slightest injury. Just as the few Dharma adepts fought with the blood Mara, hundreds of Mara emerged from the ground of the unnamed island. The dozens of Mara in the lead were the big Mara equivalent to the core forging stage. After this group of Mara rushed out, they rushed towards the Zhenling adepts who were hiding on the sea in the distance. At this time, Liang Tianfeng, who was in midair, glanced at Lu Ping worriedly. He saw that although Lu Ping was at a disadvantage under the attacks of 3 blood Mara, there was no panic on his face. He was still calmly resisting the attacks of 3 Mara, and it seemed that he could still hold on for a while. Liang Tianfeng Laozu knew that he didn't have much time. Not to mention Lu Ping, even if Tiankong Laozu would not be defeated in a short period of time, he was afraid that something might happen if time dragged on. However, the situation on Lu Tianling's side was beyond his expectations. Lu Tianling, with the thunder spirit whip in her hand, was suppressing the blood demon. Junior sister Lu's strength had actually reached such a level. He didn't think much of it when he heard that she was sneak attacked by Zhang Shi, but now it seemed that junior sister Lu's strength was already above junior sister Tianqin's. Liang Tianfeng looked at Lu Tianling with a complicated expression, and then swept up a whirlwind and rushed towards the great Shuras who were running at the front of the unnamed island. Liang Tianfeng's arrival clearly caused the demonic Luos that had rushed out to panic. However, the demonic Luos were indeed a race that did not fear death. Very soon, over a dozen of the strongest great Azuras flew out from the ranks and charged toward Liang Tianfeng. Without the obstruction of the strongest great Shuras, the pressure on the Zhenling side was greatly reduced. Qi Lianying reached out and took out a treasure the size of a bell. The bell expanded to 2 feet in the air. It was a copper bell. The copper bell was struck by Qi Lianying's quintessential essence as a hammer, and the huge roar created layers of strange sound waves. In the ears of cultivators, it was only a little ear-piercing after using quintessential essence to block it, but in the ears of the charging Mara, it was like a stick to the head. Almost half of the dozens of great Shuras charging at the front were instantly shattered, and one by one, they began to fall from the sky. The ones that could still maintain their bodies were also scattered, and during the process of flying, they appeared to be in a state of stagger. As for the little Mara that followed behind the group of great Shuras, it was even more unbearable. Like dumplings, they splashed on the surface of the sea, creating one bubble after another. Xian Su, Xian Tong, Yin Xianchu, Ji Xianxian, Lu Qiner, Samling, and the other late-stage core forging cultivators took the opportunity to attack from above and below the sea. In just a moment, 7 or 8 great Shuras had fallen. At this time, Qi Lianying struck the copper bell in his hand for the second time. This time, some of the weak little Mara's figures completely collapsed, and many of them completely fainted. However, the great demonic auras were prepared this time. Although they still roared loudly in pain when the bell rang, they did not cause large-scale chaos again. When Qi Lianying struck the imitation of the sea bell in his hand for the third time, a few great demonic cultivators suddenly used the soul-devouring howl, which was able to completely cancel out the strange bell sound, causing it to lose its effect. When Qi Lianying saw this, he flicked his sleeves and drew a beautiful trajectory in the air. The Taixian thorn, which shone with a cold light, was hidden in his sleeves and shot towards the group of great Mara. Under the joint attack of 2 blood Shuras and 1 blood demon, Lu Ping kept retreating to the distance of the nameless island. The cloud sail turned into a cloud and hid Lu Ping, making Lu Ping look like an immortal from afar. However, at this time, Lu Ping seemed to be in a sorry state. Although most of the attacks from the 3 blood Shuras had been neutralized by Lu Ping and blocked by the cloud sail, the remaining force was enough to make Lu Ping retreat again and again. Even the vigor shield around his body had been weakened to a thin layer. If not for the fact that Lu Ping's body had been strengthened by various elixirs, he might have suffered internal injuries by now. These 3 Mara were actually more anxious than Lu Ping at this time. They had already noticed the battle that was taking place on the nameless island behind them. Although Zhenling's side did not have as many people as the Mara tribe, one of the Dharma adepts on Zhenling's side had freed up his hands, and in an instant, he had restrained more than 10 of the strongest fighters on the Mara tribe's side. When the strange bell rang, the low-level members of the Mara tribe were almost slaughtered without any resistance. Even the big Mara who were less affected, despite having the advantage in numbers, were defeated by the few late core forging adepts on Zhenling's side. However, every time one of the 3 Mara tried to escape from the battle, the human adept opposite them would always be able to display a powerful technique that they had never seen before. They had no choice but to fight back with all their might, and thus were once again pulled back into the battle. Strange, it was just too strange. 3 blood demons and 3 accompanying spiritual treasures. If these forces were to join forces, even 2 or 3 mid-Dharma adepts would have a hard time dealing with them. However, they were actually being held back by an early Dharma adept in front of them. At this moment, these 3 blood Mara did not intend to push them away. Instead, they began to join forces with all their might, intending to get rid of this annoying human adept before them first. At this time, Lu Ping looked around and realized that they were actually dozens of miles away from the nameless island. The battle in the distance could no longer reach here. He muttered to himself, "Looks like it's about time." At this time, the three Mara suddenly exploded. The blood demon hidden in the black fog suddenly let out a low growl. As it waved its jade staff that extended out of the black fog, dozens of invisible sound blades that could only be detected by divine will slashed at Lu Ping from all directions. At the same time, the wind Shura also shook a wind bag in its hand. Dozens of wind blades strangely merged with the sound blades, causing Lu Ping's divine will to be unable to distinguish which were the sound blades and which were the wind blades. At this time, if an ordinary adept rashly used his divine will to block the attack, he might be ambushed by the wind blades. If he only focused on blocking the wind blades, then the sound blades would have an opportunity to strike. As the wind Shura was coordinating with the blood demon to attack, the body of the remaining ice Shura began melting rapidly. While Lu Ping was still in a state of shock, a massive ice palace had taken shape in midair. The massive palace enveloped Lu Ping and the three Mara. Everything within the palace was carved out of ice and snow. A chilling power condensed within the palace, and Lu Ping felt as though his breathing was about to freeze. Every move he made became stiff. As for the wind blades and sound blades, they became even more untraceable under the cover of ice and snow. This was originally an exquisite cooperation between the Mara. Although they did not know how many unknown tricks the person in front of them had up his sleeves, when the three Mara joined forces to besiege him, even someone as powerful as Lu Ping could not help but show a hint of solemnity on his face. A milky white halo suddenly flickered under Lu Ping's feet, and a huge ninth-grade white jade lotus slowly bloomed in the sky. As the lotus bloomed, the boundless auspicious clouds spread out in all directions at the same time. When the white jade lotus bloomed under Lu Ping's feet, the boundless sea of flowers began to appear in midair due to the spirit energy that gathered. Countless spirit energy petals began to fall from the sky. Although dozens of powerful sound blades and wind blades eventually shattered the outermost layer of auspicious clouds, they were knocked down by the countless falling petals of the white jade lotus. The ice Shura was holding an ice ball that shone with a chilling light in its hand. It slowly condensed from the center of the ice palace. The chilling ice palace became even colder, as though the boundless sea of spirit energy flowers was about to wither in the bitter cold. However, four cold stars suddenly shot out from Lu Ping's body, almost sealing off the space where the ice Shura could dodge. The ice Shura let out a sound that sounded like a sneer and disappeared from the ice palace. When it reappeared, it was already on the other side of the ice palace. In this ice palace, it was the master. However, at that moment, it saw four more cold stars shooting out from Lu Ping's body. This time, it was not aimed at it, but at the wind Shura. This time, it saw clearly that the four cold stars were actually four sparkling and translucent pearls. However, at that moment, another four cold stars shot out from Lu Ping's body toward the blood devil. This time, not only the ice Shura, but the wind Shura and the blood devil also felt that something was wrong. Chapter 10:15. The three Mara had already noticed that something was wrong. Although Lu Ping had initially used the 12 crystal-clear pearls as a means of attack, after the three Mara dodged them, the 12 pearls strangely floated around them, forming a vague circle that surrounded the three Mara. The three Mara turned around and was about to escape the circle formed by the 12 gentian pearls when they heard Lu Ping say coldly, "Since you've come in, how can you leave so easily?" The white jade lotus under Lu Ping's feet shone brightly, and countless runes flowed on each petal, gradually forming a huge formation. This formation resonated with the 12 gentian pearls around it, forming a huge space in the ice hall that was covered in blue light, imprisoning the three Mara within the gentian. The ice ball, a companion spiritual treasure, floated in the hands of the ice Shura, collided with the layer of blue light, and a layer of crystal white frost spread along the arm guard formed by the gentian formation with the ice ball as the center. But then the 12 gentian pearls suddenly shone brightly, and countless blue light pressed against the spreading frost. Bang! The ice ball bounced back, and the ice Shura took a few steps back with the ice ball in his hands before he could stabilize himself. The Wind Shura and the Blood Demon saw that the situation was not good. The Wind Shura opened the wind bag in his hand, and a green wind blade slashed out from the wind belt. At the same time, the Blood Demon also stirred the companion's spiritual treasure in his hand, and a cloud of black fog shot out from the treasure toward the formation shield of the Genshin formation. The two attacks landed on the Genshin formation at the same time, and Lu Ping's body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. A trace of dark blue appeared on his face, and then he disappeared. But at this moment, the white jade lotus under Lu Ping's feet suddenly shot out dozens of bluish-purple crystal lines, connecting with the 12 Genshin pearls that were emitting colorful light. Countless rune diagrams appeared on the lotus, and the countless cracks on the formation shield that were formed by the two Mara's combined attacks slowly began to dissipate. The sturdiness of the Genshin formation was obviously beyond the expectations of the three Mara. The three Mara had a tacit understanding with each other, and although they were surprised to see the situation, they immediately joined forces to attack again. They could see that the joint attack of two Mara had already reached Lu Ping's limit. As long as the three Mara could join forces to break the formation, then Lu Ping would inevitably fall into a difficult situation. But how could Lu Ping let them succeed so easily? The Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash had already been suspended in the sky above the Genshin formation when the two Mara joined forces to attack. A thick ray of colorful lightning fell from the sky, but this time it did not attack the three people separately, but fell directly on the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon, who was hiding in the black fog, let out a strange howl. Layers of black fog surged from his body and formed several black shields. At the same time, the Blood Demon's figure changed. Even though the 7-gem Thunder Gourd would not cause too much damage to the Blood Demon with his current cultivation and strength, the Blood Demon's instinctive fear of thunder and lightning made him want to escape from the 7-gem Thunder Gourd's pursuit. However, Lu Ping's tide-like divine thoughts, after being amplified by the cloud sail, burned in the space formed by the Genshin formation. The invisible soul fire surrounded the Blood Demon from all directions, forcing it to fight the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash head-on. When the Blood Demon was entangled by Lu Ping again, the thin stream sword also trembled with the Ice Shura. At the same time, Lu Xiaoping appeared again to attack the Wind Shura, but the Wind Shura easily dodged it. However, the tacit cooperation between the three Mara was also easily broken by Lu Ping. In addition, Lu Ping's Aqua Sword could help Lu Xiaoping to maintain the situation. Although Lu Ping was still at a disadvantage, he no longer had the power to obstruct the completion of the Genshin formation. As the 12 Genshin pearls and the rank 9 white jade lotus were connected one by one with crystal wires that only Lu Ping could see, the 12 Genshin pearls began to connect with each other, gradually forming a giant net in the Ice Palace. The ice ball in the Ice Shura's hands suddenly trembled. The Ice Shura looked up and saw the huge Ice Palace collapsing. The natal Genshin formation had been activated and broke the Ice Palace that the Ice Shura had set up. A huge formation covered in blue crystal walls was activated with a bang. No one's divine senses and divine thoughts could detect the situation inside the formation. The three Mara that had also reached out of the formation had also lost contact with the Mara outside. Spirit gathering. A low voice came out of Lu Ping's mouth slowly. A huge but invisible vortex formed in the middle of the formation, gradually spreading to the surrounding void. The spiritual energy of the world within a radius of more than 100 miles began to gather in the Origin Time Grand Formation. There were violent winds and huge waves, and even the clouds in the sky were surging, stirring up a huge astronomical phenomenon. The commotion quickly alerted the two sides that were fighting on the nameless island. Looking at the giant blue formation and the phenomenon it caused, the Jade Shura immediately felt that something was wrong. She roared angrily and wanted to get rid of the entanglement in front of her and go to the formation. Although Tiankong Laozu was surprised that Lu Ping had never used this skill before, Lu Ping had already given him enough surprises to numb him. Seeing that the Jade Shura was attacking him fiercely, but also looking in the direction of the battle between Lu Ping and the three Mara, Tiankong Laozu knew what she was thinking. He used the mountain-splitting axe in his hand to fight the strong enemy in front of him and buy time for Lu Ping. At this moment, Lu Tianling had already gained the upper hand. With the Thunder Spirit Whip in hand and the complete Linhai Wave listening chant, Lu Tianling's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This didn't just include her cultivation. Although the Shura in front of him also had a water attribute innate divine ability, Lu Tianling also had her own innate great divine ability. After a fierce battle, Lu Tianling slowly gained the upper hand because of her rich Zhenyuan. Liang Tianfeng was also anxious. Although he was surrounded by more than 10 big Mara, and these Mara's attacks were orderly and coordinated, which caused a lot of trouble for Liang Tianfeng, he used the great ability he had just learned with the help of Celestial Elephant Laozu. Liang Tianfeng turned into a storm. Although this great ability was only a support skill, it was enough for Liang Tianfeng to wreak havoc in the encirclement of the Mara. He had already killed 5 big Mara that were equivalent to the late stage of the core forging realm. He had to solve the trouble under him as soon as possible before he could free up his hands to help Lu Tianling. Once he was able to break the stalemate, Jinling's victory was already set in stone. What made Liang Tianfeng anxious was the large-scale battle between Jinling's disciples and Mara. Although Yin Xianchu, Ji Xianxian, Yao Yong, Du Feng, the Blue Phoenix Demon, and the 3 young men and women who were at the late stage of the core forging realm were continuously killing big Mara, Mara's side still had the advantage in numbers. On Jinling's side, there were already casualties among the core forging realm cultivators. The surrounding Lingqi of heaven and earth stabilized the natal prime hour grand formation. At the same time, it also cut off the connection between the 3-headed demon Luo and the Lingqi of heaven and earth, causing the 3-headed demon Luo to panic. However, Lu Ping's great formation wasn't limited to this. A deep voice rang out in the formation again, "See calming." The runes engraved on the white jade lotus danced in the air. The 12 gentian beads swam around in the space of the formation, and a colorful yellow light flickered almost in the entire space. The 3 Mara had already discovered that something was wrong. They were rushing towards Lu Ping, who was standing in the center of the formation and floating above the white jade lotus. However, they suddenly found that their bodies were sinking and becoming sluggish. It was as if they were walking in the deep sea. Not only did they have to overcome the unparalleled pressure of the sea, but they also had to overcome the obstruction of the water. Their speed inevitably slowed down. Even the wind Azura, who had always been known for its speed, had to spend several times more effort to stir up a gust of wind and rush towards Lu Ping. The blood demon propped up a huge black ball with the black fog around him, while the ice Azura hung an ice ball over his head. The surrounding space seemed to be completely frozen. The ice Azura directly used the ice escape technique, and it was unexpectedly able to compete with the power of sea calming from the Great Gentian Formation. Lu Ping snorted coldly. He changed the incantation gesture in his hand again. From the center of the white jade lotus under his feet, a dense blue spiritual energy spurted out like a firework, exploding in the space of the formation. God strike! The origin time beads that had been lingering at the edge of the formation suddenly disappeared. The 3-headed demon Luo was greatly alarmed. Wind Azura tried his best to turn into a fierce gust of wind as he dodged in the surroundings. Every time, he would miss a streak of multicolored light by a hair's breadth. However, his divine sense was unable to clearly capture the trajectory of the origin time beads. The wind blades that whistled out from the wind belt in his hand were unable to block the attacks of the origin time beads. However, in the space of the formation, the wind Azura used up a lot of energy to cast its innate magical power. Every time the wind Azura stopped for a short time, Lu Ping could already see that the wind Azura was exhausted. Even its body began to lose its rich green color and become a little transparent. The ice Azura, on the other hand, set up a thick layer of black ice around its body to fight against the gentian pearl. Loud rumbling sounds constantly sounded in the formation, and the black ice that was broken by the gentian pearl was immediately repaired by the ice Azura. At this time, the blood demon seemed to be a lot more relaxed. Surrounded by the black fog, the gentian pearl shuttled back and forth several times, but it never hit the blood demon's body. It seemed that the blood demon was not in the black fog, but it also seemed that the blood demon's body had become illusory. The gentian pearl shuttled back and forth in the body of the blood demon, but it could not hurt the body. However, right at this moment, a rainbow-colored lightning struck down once again. The blood demon finally reacted. The thick black fog surged upwards, and a rainbow-colored light took advantage of this opportunity to strike down. With a pew sound, it finally hit the real body, and the blood demon's pained roar finally came from within the black fog. Seeing this, Lu Ping was slightly happy. Then he clenched his hands and opened them. 2 balls of rich spiritual energy flashed in his hands. Lu Ping pressed his palms down slightly and shouted, "Zhen Yu." Chapter 10:16. Suppressing Mountain. As Lu Ping shouted, the white jade lotus shrouded in a halo of white light shone even brighter, filling the entire space in the array formation with its pure white light. If the 3 Mara's movements were restricted by the Gentian formation's external power suppression, this time, the pure white light from the Gentian formation instantly invaded the Mara's body, causing the 3 Maras to become motionless from the inside out. However, this did not mean that the 3 Mara had given up resisting. Lu Ping hovered above the white jade lotus. The spiritual ether pillars that surged out of his palms became more and more vigorous. The entire formation space could hear the ebb and flow of the tides. The 7 treasures thunder calabash was the fastest. As soon as the 3 Mara were completely restrained by Lu Ping, it immediately began to concentrate all of its power to attack the blood demon's protective black mist. Thunder magic had a special effect on the Mara, and this effect was even worse on the Xioma clan. The shrill cries of the Mara were hair-raising. As a blood demon, although the 7 treasures thunder calabash's thunder magic could severely injure it, it was not enough to kill it. Moreover, as the 3 Mara joined forces to resist, Lu Ping was becoming more and more powerless to completely suppress the 3 Mara in the formation. Bang! The ice Shura was the first to break free from Lu Ping's restraint. Just as the thin water-flowing sword was about to pierce its heart, it used the ice ball in its hand to hit the twin flying swords. Clang! The ice ball was, after all, a spiritual treasure. Under the ice Shura's angry attack, the thin water-flowing sword was immediately smashed askew. However, it was a little too late. Although the twin flying swords were not able to kill the ice Shura, they twisted one of the ice Shura's arms into a mist of ice essence. Ice Shura roared and pushed the ice ball with her remaining arm. The ice ball was pushed into the void and disappeared. Lu Ping had a bad feeling. The thin water sword split into 2 and flew back towards Lu Ping, but he saw that above the thin water sword, the ice ball came crashing down again. Lu Ping saw that the situation was not good. He casually plucked a cloud from the cloud around him and pushed it towards the thin water sword. However, it was too late. The ice ball smashed down and the thin water sword let out a mournful wail. The sword's body immediately froze. At this time, the magic cloud appeared and wrapped around the thin water sword. Then, before the ice ball hit for the second time, it disappeared from the formation space. When it reappeared, it was already in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping reached out to hold the thin water sword. He immediately felt a chill from his palm directly into the core space. Lu Ping snorted coldly and tightened his grip on the sword. A blue light flashed in Lu Ping's palm and the frost on the sword quickly disintegrated. However, when Lu Ping scanned it with his divine telekinesis, he found that the thin water sword's spirituality was greatly damaged. Although it was not to the extent of lowering its grade, Lu Ping would need to put in a lot of effort to restore it to its previous level. Lu Ping looked up at the ice Shura that only had 1 arm left. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He saw that the ice Shura was holding the ice ball with 1 hand and charging towards the blood demon that Lu Ping had beaten to the point where it could only defend itself. Although the other wind Shura had been completely imprisoned by Lu Ping and allowed Lu Xiaoping to take the opportunity to blind one of its eyes, it still managed to break free when the other thin water sword slashed at it. The wind bag in its hand blew out a gust of wind, blowing Lu Xiaoping far away in the air. The wind Shura also noticed the blood demon's predicament and leaped over to help. At this time, Lu Ping would not allow the 3 of them to join forces again. The formation space that had originally sealed off the spirit chi suddenly opened up. The spirit chi that had been condensed from the spirit gathering effect of the Genshin formation surged into the formation space like a tide, causing the spirit chi in the entire formation space to condense into liquid. Lu Ping raised his hand vertically and the spiritual energy tide in the entire space began to fluctuate violently. At the same time, the 12 origin Shin beads were like 12 bright moons hanging in the sky above the array space, flashing with dazzling 5-colored rays, causing the turbulence of the spiritual energy tide to become even more violent. Mara's spirit devourer and the 2 Shuras that were charging towards the blood demon were already drunk from the spirit chi that had suddenly reappeared. When Lu Ping used the blue waves technique with the help of the Genshin formation, the 3 Mara could no longer stand in the formation space. They swayed left and right, unable to display even half of their abilities. At the same time, Lu Ping seized the opportunity to unleash all his attacks on the blood demon. This was the 3rd time the 7 Treasures Thunder Gourd had cast the 7 Treasures Thunder Gourd. The black mist around Mo Luo's body was almost disintegrated, leaving only a thin layer behind. As for Lu Ping, he beat the blood demon while it was down. He extended his hand towards the sky, and a blue chain of light slashed down. His innate great divine ability, Sunflower Divine Lightning, under the amplification of the Genshin formation, was not weaker than the 7 Treasure Thunder Calabash's Rainbow Lightning. The blood demon roared, and the last thin layer of black mist around its body finally dissipated, revealing the blood demon's pale white body with a trace of fear. At this time, a dark green flame suddenly appeared in front of the blood demon. The Jade Soul Fire finally materialized in front of the blood demon. The blood demon screamed and wanted to retreat. However, the Jade Soul Fire was much faster than it. The blood demon raised the jade staff in its hand, and an invisible soul remembrance shield appeared in front of the blood demon's retreating figure. However, the Jade Soul Fire instantly burned a hole in the shield, and the Jade Soul Fire once again pounced towards the blood demon. The blood demon originally wanted to dodge, but unexpectedly, one of the 12 Genshin pearls in the sky above the formation suddenly fell. It streaked through the air as a rainbow light belt, and then smashed into the back of the blood demon's head. This time, even Lu Ping, who was in the center of the formation, furrowed his brows. It seemed that the Genshin formation had undergone a change that even he did not expect. The blood demon staggered. When it stabilized its body again, it suddenly discovered that one of its heels was burning with a dark green flame. The blood demon turned pale with fright. It used several divine abilities in an attempt to extinguish the flame on its feet. However, the flame was strangely tight. It was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, firmly clinging to the blood demon's body. It was never extinguished. Instead, because of the blood demon's various divine abilities, the flame burned even more intensely. The Jade Soul Fire was a heaven and earth spirit fire. It was a heaven and earth spirit fire that used divine sense as its fuel. Not only was it one of the few things in the cultivation world that could use divine sense to kill, but it was also a heaven and earth treasure that could restrain devil cultivators. The Jade Soul Fire seemed to be burning on the blood demon's body, but the blood demon's body did not suffer any damage. However, the blood demon let out a miserable howl, as if it was enduring extreme pain. The Ice Azura and Wind Azura, who had managed to survive Lu Ping's blue waves technique with great difficulty, arrived in front of the blood demon. However, they did not dare to approach the blood demon when they saw the blood demon's miserable state. They could only watch as the blood demon in front of them continuously thrashed in the air, but it was unable to extinguish the flame that used its divine sense to burn. Both of their faces were filled with fear. The blood demon's aura became weaker and weaker. Even the jade staff in its hand seemed to have a strong connection with its divine sense and began to slowly melt under the burning of the Jade Soul Fire. Lu Ping had wanted to keep this spiritual treasure, but when he was controlling the Jade Soul Fire, he could clearly sense that this jade staff contained a strange power. When the blood demon died, this power in the jade staff had already been triggered. However, because the Jade Soul Fire was burning, this strange power had an outlet, so it did not self-destruct. Once Lu Ping withdrew the Jade Soul Fire, this jade staff would definitely explode along with the blood demon's death. Just when the blood demon no longer had the strength to struggle, the Ice Azura and Wind Azura, who were terrified by the blood demon's tragic death, had already started to attack the Genshin formation in a frenzy. They wanted to break the formation and retreat. At the same time, on the other side of the nameless island, Lu Tianling was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. However, he tightly gripped the lightning spirit whip in his hand, and the other end of the whip was tightly wrapped around the neck of the Water Azura. The Water Azura struggled fiercely, but was unable to break free from Lu Tianling's grasp. Liang Tianfeng let out a long roar, and his natal magic treasure turned into a 3-foot-long wind wheel. He slashed at Water Azura with all his might. Water Azura finally let out a scream of fear before it died. The companion spirit treasure in its hand tried its best to block the attack, but Lu Tianling, who was behind it, sealed its innate magical power with the Thunder Whip, so it couldn't unleash any of its power. The Water Azura was cut in half by the wind wheel. Lu Tianling let go of the Thunder Spirit Whip and quickly retreated. At the same time, he said to Liang Tianfeng, "Run!" Liang Tianfeng also realized something at this time. His body flashed and appeared above the battle between the Junling cultivator and Mara. Amidst the loud bang, the huge impact caused by the spiritual treasure's fall reached the Junling cultivator, but it was blocked by Liang Tianfeng with all his might. At this time, Lu Tianling's Thunder Spirit Whip whistled through the air at the same time, immediately helping Liang Tianfeng resolve the damage caused by the spiritual treasure's explosion. At this moment, the formation dozens of miles away suddenly collapsed with a rumble. Wind Azura, who had been blinded in one eye, flew out of the broken formation with one hand holding the Wind Bag Spirit Treasure. Ice Azura, who had lost both arms, and the Ice Ball Spirit Treasure. Ice Azura, who had lost both arms and the Ice Ball Spirit Treasure, and flew toward the northern sea without looking back. In the distance, Jade Azura attacked several times with the spiritual treasure in her hand, forcing Tian Kong Laozu to retreat. She looked at Lu Ping, who was suspended in the air after the formation was broken, and turned around to fly toward the northern sea. This time, Tian Kong Laozu did not attack again. Dozens of miles away, Lu Ping looked at the gentian bead in his hand in surprise. The blue light in his eyes easily saw through the colorful light on the surface of the gentian bead. A green flame was jumping inside the gentian bead. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.